Almighty God, members of the Senate, that they may wisely deliberate for the good of this country and the glory of thy holy name. Honorable members, please join me in the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Pray be seated. And a very pleasant good morning to all. Welcome back to those who were unable to make our last Senate sitting, and welcome to all for your deliberations this morning.
Item number 3, Oath of Allegiance or Affirmation of a New Senator. Item number 4, Messages from the Governor General. Item number 5, Announcements by Madam President.
Again, all distinguished persons and personnel, thank you for fulfilling your duty to be here this morning, including police and staff. I wish to make a few brief comments. First of all, to announce that Senator the Honorable Salim Rahman has asked to be excused as he is unavoidably tending to his health. Secondly, I would like to congratulate the ministry and by extension the government for the establishment of the suicide hotline 988. I think that's very important, helpful, and potentially life-saving. And in the context of what has happened in the recent past and the trend of the world and of Grenada, I think a help public hotline for the prevention of suicide is clearly an important development in our country and a valuable one. May we use it if we need to, and may it always be serving the purpose that it is intended to prevent suicide. Thank you, Government of Grenada. Thirdly, I'd like to join this Senate, its voice, our voice, to express empathy to the families of the missing persons in Grenada. And as far as I understand, there are 3 missing persons, 2 Grenadian young women and 1 tourist. They're all females, by coincidence. And I noticed that when we have missing persons in Grenada, or Grenadians, it's mainly females. Mainly women are going missing, even older women, but a lot of young girls go missing. And I'm sure that the Gender Bureau is taking note of the gender dynamics of missing persons. We want to emphasize that the families need our support. We send our empathy to them. And to the family of Elizabeth Waddell, the visitor on our shores, we also have you in our thoughts and hope that all families will be reconciled with the family members who are currently missing. We'd like to really send appreciation to the public for its involvement in looking especially for those young Grenadian girls, and also to thank the police for its work and its, keeping us informed and paying attention to that. Thanks to everyone, and heartfelt expressions of hope to all families. We are on the eve of our 188th anniversary of emancipation. What I wish to say is that our emancipation continues. That's my message. Grenada's emancipation continues. We can think of Bob Marley, our mental emancipation as a whole nation, to no longer be a post-colonial or a post-slavery people, but to a people who are constructing and reconstructing our very identity, our core, our philosophical groundings in the world, that we continue to pursue freedom after getting our legal freedom, our economic, social, psychological, emotional freedom must continue. So happy Emancipation Day 2026, Grenada. May we continue to grow our freedom and grow ourselves in freedom. Lastly, let me just join all our national leaders in issuing a word that calls for safety and control during the carnival season that is also coming on. We trust that this would be a period in which all our people will exercise the joy of the carnival season, the cautions of its dangers, and reap the benefits of friendship and culture and economic output that it can bring. I want to really issue a call and for the safety for young children, especially young girls. And we don't have to be their immediate parents to keep an eye on them or to pull them up or to inquire about their well-being and their parents. It is not acceptable to me, and I think to most of the nation, to see small or large groups of children unsupervised roaming the streets or in a band or somewhere without adult supervision. We passed legislation here that says one has to be in school until the age of 18. It's considered a child. So even when they're 12 and 14 and 9, they should not be unsupervised and be treated as adults. Let's protect our children as we enjoy our carnival. My notices are ended. Thank you.
Item number 6, confirmation of minutes.
Pleasant good morning to you, Leader of Government Business, and you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and pleasant day to you, the Clerk of Parliament and the staff, my colleagues on the other side, my colleagues on this side. Staff of the Ministry of Legal Affairs, Security, pleasant morning to all. Madam President, I beg that the minutes of the proceedings of the sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Building, Mount Weldale, St. George, on Friday, the 10th of July, 2026 at 9 a.m. be taken as read.
I thank you. Honorable Senators, motion is that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament chamber here at Mount Weldale, St. George's, Grenada, on the 10th of July 2026 be taken as read. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Building, Mount Weldale, St. George, on Friday, the 10th of July, 2026, at 9 a.m. be confirmed.
Honorable members, the proposal is that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament chamber here at Mount Weldale, St. George's, Grenada, on Friday, 10th July 2026, be confirmed. All those who are in agreement say aye, and those opposed say nay. Passed.
Item number 7, presentation of petitions. Item number 8, presentation of papers and reports from select committees.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to present the following papers and reports from selected committees. Number 1, report of the Director of Audit Grenada on the resources managed for the period from 1st of January 2025 to the 31st of December 2025 by the Project Accounting Unit in the Ministry of Finance for the Digital Government for Resilience Project, sources and uses of funds for the period ended the 31st of December 2025. Number 2, Grenada Authority for the Regulation of Financial Institutions, financial statements for the year ended December the 31st, 2025. Number 3, report of the Director of Audit Grenada on the resources managed for the period of 1st of January 2025 to the 13th of December 2025 by the Project Accounting Unit in the Ministry of Finance for the OECS Data for Decision-Making Project. Number 4, report of the status of the operations of the Eastern Caribbean Assets Management Corporation, April the 1st, 2025 to December the 30th, 2025. And number 5, the final, the Eastern Caribbean Management Corporation financial statements for the year ended the 31st of March, 2025. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the Leader of Government Business. And these papers are received by the Senate. Thank you. I do see the light of Senator St. Clair. You have the floor, Honorable St. Clair.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning to yourself, of course, to all the members on either side, along with the supporting staff, and of course, police, and to our listening public on the outside. Madam President, I rise to make a few comments pertaining to the reports that are laid, not necessarily going depth into the reports, but a few comments. One, regarding to the GAFIN report, basically the financial statements, audited statements. I know GAFIN normally provides a sort of what I call like a report of operations and all of those things. And I'm not too sure if that might be forthcoming later on So we do look forward for that outside of the audited financial statement, the operational report that normally is combined. So I trust that that would come following this. So this, I thought that would have come at the same time. So that was one comment. The other comment is overall to make a commendation that those reports are coming in, which is good, such that institutions, organizations are keeping up with, and they must be commended because there are several others we know that are not coming in and not up to speed, and we trust that this will act as an incentive for others who have not submitted yet to so do. Regarding there was one relating to the report on the status of operations of the Eastern Caribbean Asset Management Corporation. This I know from my reading spoke of Grenada needing to make its nomination to the board. It was sort of tricky because the report sort of covered September 2025 when the chairperson, Mr. Michael Archibald, who is representing Grenada on the committee, his term would have finished sometime in February. At the same time, notwithstanding the Monetary Council would have appointed a new chairperson for that corporation, there was urgency in reminding Grenada to do its part in making its recommendation. I'm not too sure if that might have been done yet. I didn't see the need to pose a question officially to the leader of government business on that, but it's something that I flag that it may be solved, because when you look at the date that the report would cover versus the time when that survey would have finished in February 2026. So I just checking that we would have do our part on our end. And the last comment I
pause you here a minute, Senator, thank you, and ask which specific report you are referring to in the second.
The report on the status of the operations of the Eastern Caribbean Asset Management Corporation. That's the one listed fourth on the papers. Yeah, as you read through, towards the ending of the report, it would have speak about the board and the committees and so on, and that was one of the things that was highlighted. And the last point I wanted to make is not pertaining to this report specific, but is an outstanding matter, Madam President, regarding the Grenada Ports Authority, where they are required to have some signatures to make the paper, their financial and of course, operational report, I would say, valid. So that would have been maybe about 3-4 months ago. I'm not too sure if it's in process back to us. And my little concern is that we should very soon be closing the session of this parliament, and so that this may have to be started all over again. It's a little concern. I'm not too sure about the process in that, but I trust that they can have that properly laid and close out that outstanding matter. I thank you.
I thank you for your general comments on these reports, Senator St. Clair. I'm glad you made them. If I make your comment a moment on it, to say that I did also experience the sentiment of happiness that these reports are coming. It's an important duty and it's an important function on our part to review them. And if I recall, I think at the last session there was some report, maybe the session prior to this, we did have some unfinished business with at least 1 or 2 of the reports we expected or expected to have more review or more thoroughness from them, if I recall. So I'll take that under advisement, and I think as a staff of Parliament, of the Senate, we will certainly like to say thanks for sending the reports, and that we will follow up, and we call on them to follow up as well. Thank you very much for your comments. Any other remarks concerning our reports? Hearing none, I repeat that they are now laid before the Senate. Thank you.
Item number 9, questions to ministers.
Good morning to Carriacou and Pitimatnik and its representative here in the Senate. You have the floor, Senator Cox. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Yes, Madam President, and for the purposes of the order paper, I would read the questions. Questions, Madam President, and probably I'll just leave out the preamble and just go straight to the questions. And the first question is, was the contract for the Windward Jetty, go ahead. Thank you. Was the contract for the Windward Jetty awarded in compliance with the greater public procurement laws? That's A. And B, if yes, can the Parliament provide with a list of the companies that submitted tender bids for the said project? The second question is, which company was ultimately awarded the contract? Part B, what was the total estimated cost associated with the construction of the new jetty? And C, what is the estimated time frame for completion of the project? Madam President, I must admit I have received answers to those questions, and they were properly, appropriately responded to. So thank you very much.
I thank the opposition member of the Senate, Deputy President, Leader of the Opposition in the Senate, for reading the questions, for acknowledging the answers, and for qualifying them as acceptable. I also wish to thank the Senator who has provided the answers to the questions. Thank you very much. All entered into the public record.
Item number 9, statements by ministers. Statements by ministers.
At her request, the Minister of Social Development has been offered the floor. You have it, Madam. Proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Pleasant good morning to all. It is my pleasure to share with you some updates from the Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs as regards to our activities for the last month or so. The Early Childhood Unit hosted a 3-day workshop on conscious discipline at the National Stadium for caregivers from the government daycare centers. This workshop was facilitated by Ms. Desiree Lacroix and a 6-man team from the Caribbean Center for Child Neurodevelopment based at St. George's University. The training aimed to enable caregivers to transform discipline from external control and punishment into internal skill sets focused on self-regulation and emotional safety. By adopting these practices, caregivers can reduce burnout, foster a supportive family-like environment where children feel safe to express themselves, and help children build lifelong impulse control and emotional resilience. Madam President, the ministry also conducted psychosocial first aid and mental health training. Because we believe in capacity building at the ministry, we always have training ongoing for different sectors of the staff and for community people as well. A 2-day training was held for social workers, gender-based violence officers, and counselors on psychosocial first aid and mental health in disasters. This training was facilitated by our very own Dr. Kizzy Clarence Matthew, who heads the ministry psychosocial support team. The session was designed to equip first responders with the tools needed to protect emotional well-being, mitigate psychological trauma, and foster long-term resilience during and after a crisis. Geriatric home assessments. Madam President, the Desk of the Elderly recently completed comprehensive assessment across 4 geriatric facilities. The unit will continue to conduct assessments throughout the year to ensure that residents receive high-quality care in a dignified, loving, and safe environment. Centenarian celebrations. The Desk of the Elderly celebrated 5 centenarians within 3 parishes, 2 in St. George's, 1 in St. David's, and 2 in St. Andrew. So we had 5 big body bash during the month. Establishment of a multi-sectorial committee. Madam President, the Cabinet of Grenada established and tasked this multi-sectorial committee to design and recommend programs to support the physical, mental, and psychosocial well-being of older persons. And that committee has representatives from the Desk of the Elderly, our ministry, which will be heading, chairing, the Association of Retired Persons, Grenada Food and Nutrition Council, the Ministry of Tourism, Creative Economy and Culture, and you might be wondering why this ministry. We're focusing on the culture part because we have to preserve our culture, and we need the elders to ensure that they pass on the culture to us so we could take it forward. And we also had a representative from the Grenada National Council of the Disabled. Juvenile justice. Madam President, the Cabinet of Grenada approved guidelines as the national framework governing the design, approval, implementation, and oversight of diversion programs for children in conflict with the law. We also had approval from Cabinet for the pre-charge diversion operational manual as the official national framework for implementing pre-charge diversion for children in conflict with the law. So these 2 documents will improve the state services for children in conflict with the law. Madam President, we also had summer program for the young people at the HYPE program. The HYPE summer program was delivered over a 4-week period with the aim of successfully engaging the participants in a diverse range of activities designed to respond to their needs, strengthen personal development, and provide meaningful opportunities for learning, reflection, and recreation. The program delivered psycho-educational sessions covering GBV awareness, emotional support, and individual counseling, hands-on STEM and digital skills training, and structural sports, basketball, football, chess, etc. There was also an educational excursion conducted through interactive learning trip to St. George's University, Riverside Watermill, Leapers Hill, Welcome Stone, and Hermitage Slave Pen. Madam President, 2 of our probation officers also attended regional training in Barbados, hosted by the Caribbean Association of Probation and Parole, and the theme was Rooted in Resilience, United in Strength. The key areas covered include trauma and suicide prevention, among others. Boys to men. In the last sitting here, I indicated that we will be having a graduation the following week. Well, that took place, and we had some young men coming forward and giving their testimonial as to what the program has done for them. We know over that short period of time, we won't be able to sustain some of the information we gave them. They won't be able to implement. So we have a plan for follow-up with them periodically to ensure that they stay on track. Spicy Parenting Campaign. The Spicy Parenting Campaign is on. It's more intensive, and we have it at prime time. If you're looking at GBN News, you will notice that we have those promotions running. It is aimed to promote safe, responsible, and attentive parenting as the children are on vacation now. The campaign reminds parents and caregivers that their responsibility continue during this period of celebration. And we call it Spicy Parenting because the acronym we use, S, is to speak to your children. P, pay attention to your children at all times. I, inspire good behavior in your children by displaying good behavior yourself. And I know that is a challenge for a lot of parents, but this is one of the ways that we could get the conscious discipline going. C, check with your children, also know their whereabouts, and why you are responsible for your children, maintain control, and keep them safe. All right, so whilst we have institutions and organizations to assist, programs and so on, parents are ultimately responsible for their children, and we need to get that to them. Frontline first responders disaster preparedness workshop was conducted, and this went well. The National Disability Policy and Strategic Action Plan was approved by the Cabinet, and the seed benefit payments were successfully processed, distributed to eligible beneficiary households during the period under review. July 22nd, so 2nd to the 24th was the time for payout, and this went smoothly. So these are some of the updates that I wish to share with this Honorable House and with the nation, so that you have an insight as to what is happening in social development. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Social Development for her update and congratulate the centenarians, all 5 of them, on reaching such an admirable milestone in their lives. Congratulations to all families involved. And thanks for the Spicy Parenting initiative. Let's be spicy. I offer the floor to the Senator most admirable. How does that suit you this morning? Senator Seville Francis, take the floor, reply or not.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't know about the admirable part, but thank you. Madam President, it gives me great pleasure this morning to stand in this honorable house just to provide 3 quick updates from what has happened at the Ministry of Youth, or the Department of Youth in the Ministry of Youth and Sports from the last sitting we had to now, so within the last week, 2 weeks. I want to first start off by highlighting that we've finally made our first disbursement of grant funding to our young people who are involved in agriculture under the Youth Entrepreneurs Program, that is formerly known as the Youth in Business Program, Madam President. And that happened yesterday, in fact. And we, in addition to the grant disbursement, so we've given 10 young people the grant so far. We do have a lot more applications, but what we are striving to do is to ensure that we're not just disbursing grant funding without ensuring that these young people with small businesses have the necessary skill sets to manage what is being given to them. So in addition to that, we've also recognized and awarded 50 young people with certification because they've completed the training aspect that now qualifies them with the necessary skills to be able to take their businesses to the next level. So the training was not a one-size-fits-all. It was tiered. It was a tiered approach. So for example, Madam President, if you are versed in bookkeeping, but you lack skills in marketing, then the training that you are going to undergo would not be in something that you're already versed in. So after assessing the applications carefully and identifying where the gaps are, we were able to tier the training to suit their needs. So they are now in a better position to apply for the grant and the loan that is available through GDB, which is our executing partner, to take their businesses to the next level. So Senator St. Clair, I'm sure you'll be happy to know that we have some excellent young people in different areas of agriculture, boosting our food security and self-sustainability. And they vary across different aspects of agriculture, so in the fishing industry, agro-processing, beekeeping, livestock rearing, poultry, different areas, Madam President. And that is a sign, that is a good sign, especially, you know, given the current geopolitical climate that we're experiencing and the challenges that we may have in the future or that we are currently experiencing as it relates to food security. Madam President, in addition to that, I want to announce that we've completed the Holiday Recreation Program, Camp Flame, that was in collaboration with the National Sports Council. On Wednesday, we had the closing ceremony where our young people were able to display their talents, their skills, their handiwork, their entrepreneurial skills, Madam President. And that was a really beautiful ceremony, and the parents are really impressed. Just yesterday, in fact, myself and the Permanent Secretary were discussing how we can upskill those young persons, especially those who have entrepreneurial interest. The work that they've done and the products that they've created in 3 weeks speaks volume as to what they can do outside of 3 weeks once they are provided with the right resources. So we are thinking about upskilling those who have the entrepreneurial skills to ensure that they don't fall by the wayside, but we are creating future entrepreneurs. And Madam President, additionally, we've concluded the round of parish youth parliament sit-ins as we prepare to say goodbye officially to the national youth parliamentarians as their 2-year stint is coming to an end. So they are now, the parish sit-ins have been concluded, and we are pulling from each of the different parishes the persons who were excellent. We had judges, a judging panel for each sitting, and they will be identifying the persons who now go on to qualifying to become national youth parliamentarians, and they will have the opportunity to have their elections and to eventually be elected to serve at the national level. So I just wanted to update the House on these 3 aspects of things that happened within the last 2 weeks. But I also want to take this opportunity, Madam President, to thank the staff of the Division of Youth for the hard work that they've been doing over the last 3 years, 3 weeks, having to juggle between these three programs. And most of the staff, they are in some way or the other connected to all three of these programs. And we also have the Empower program that is currently being finalized. Registration has been completed, and we're getting ready to launch this officially as well. So the staff at the Division of Youth, they are actively engaged to ensure that our young people are equipped with the resources and the programs and initiatives that they need to be better men and women in our society. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished senator for her update. Senator Sinclair.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise because my name was called. No, but on another note, no, it's good to hear these reports, and I think that, and I always congratulate Senator Thomas and Gloria Thomas for every session, even if it's 1 minute, 2 minutes, she provides an update from her department, and I keep saying we need to really recognize our staff for supporting her and doing that, and all ministries should really have some updates. We may have comments, we may have questions, but so much information comes out of this that you don't get in the news, you don't get on social media, you get better details where we can talk about it in a free and open way. And so this information by Senator Francis is also very valid, and I trust that she keep coming every session with what is happening. There might be things that are happening, but at least whatever is happening, bring it to the fore, because someone can be touched by it. And of course, we here in these 10 young persons, of course we know 10 is just, it's not even a drop, it's a drizzle in the eyes. She mentioned we have about 50 persons, and we trust that the process be accelerated such that these other persons, particularly those within the area of interest, can quickly get on board. What we also need to look at too, Madam President, in this direction, as Senator Francis, is how do you create that interlinkage among all of these persons? Because, for example, there might be persons there who want to do transportation. There might be persons who are involved in marketing. There might be persons involved, as she mentioned, in primary agriculture, maybe agro-processing. So how do we build and provide services? Because this is one of the biggest challenges in developing countries and industries, where you have what I call, well, some people call it market failures, or you have challenges. You might have all the good products, but it doesn't have a proper marketing program. So if within this whole youth program, you can able to encourage and find those businesses that can provide the sort of support and services to other businesses within what I will call it, the value chain or the production chain, to cause them to function better. So you may have good products, but you don't have a designer, a marketer, a promoter. So that means you have already market. So market is always a concern. If you have a market, you don't have to worry about how you get paid. And of course, this person now have a ready client. You can design the stuff, create advertisement. There might be other persons who want to do transportation business and able to provide transportation services. It doesn't mean because you're producing something, you have to own a transport. You could depend on the services, so your whole operational cost and headache become less. So I'm saying this, that as this program develops, we need to look at a holistic approach that is intertwined and connected to create greater value in the process. And I think that within your program, within EGDB, they need to look at that sort of business development approach in the process. And I trust that these young persons, so mentioned, are connected to markets. A lot of time, persons produced and they're not connected to market. Not that there might not be market, but what is the contract agreement and so on, and they need to keep up their obligations to ensure that they supply and keep a reputation. Otherwise, they wouldn't get income, they wouldn't be able to service their loans, and so on. And it's good that it's not just a grant only, but it's a grant along with the loan. We don't know what the interest rate is, because I know that's always a big issue, and how it's structured. And also, what sort of support will be given and provided to these young farmers, fisher folks, etc., in terms of the technical aspects. We can speak of, well, we have extensionists and we have technical persons, but that is word on the mouth. The question is it happening and how that is done? Because we know that is a big challenge. They can get the funds, but then they realize some aphids, but they don't know it's aphids. That technical support. So even within that whole business that you're supporting, there might be need to also provide funding for 2 or 3 or 4 persons who provide technical services, whether they could repair with ITA, whether they can repair advise on pest management issues, so that it become a business solution rather than depending only on the Ministry of Agriculture. So I'm saying this to say that I think that there's opportunity to go one step higher. The fact especially that there is financing, so you don't have to worry about the outcome. I think there's an opportunity there I wanted to share with our dear Senator. Thank you.
Thank you for your insight, Senator, and I'm sure that the 2 senators have heard. And Senator Francis, would you like to respond? Please proceed.
I can respond if you need me to.
I thought I saw your hand being raised. No?
Okay, Madam President, since you recognize me, I will respond briefly. Thank you very much, Senator Sinclair, for the observation that you made. I just briefly summarized what happened yesterday, but I think in previous ministerial updates, I did share the current construct of the program and how it happens. So one of the reasons, so we only disbursed, just for clarity, 10, because those are the persons that met all the requirements. So we have more than 50 persons applying, who would have applied for the grants or the loans, right? Even the persons who qualify for the grants, they also have the opportunity to apply for the loans at with a total of up to $30,000 with 1% interest rate, payback of 7 years. So even though they qualify for the grant, we're not limiting them to upscaling their business by taking on the loan. And there's also a window, a period, where a grace period from the disbursement period until they start paying back. So it is one of the areas that they can utilize to take on additional areas. So if they need technical support, it's something that they can request. So the buck does not stop at the disbursement. It's a hand-holding process that we have. We do have persons who are dedicated just to the Youtrepreneurs program. Even at GDB, our applicants, they do not compete, with existing applications for loans, etc. at GDB. We have a dedicated business development officer, Ms. Farry, who deals only with applications from the Ministry of Youth and Sports for the Youtrepreneurs program. So it's not a case where they're not getting the extra support, and that is the reason why on the form they have to indicate what their needs are, so we know exactly what type of support we'll be providing to them, and it's not a one-size-fits-all. In addition to that, we have different plans, So for example, we were planning mixers, business mixers and so on. So they get the opportunity to get mentorship from persons who have existing businesses and that they can learn from, get the opportunity to ask questions and so on, to professionalize their craft. So that they're not just seeing it as a hustle or something that keeps them occupied, but how they can also professionalize their business. The grant is also available to these young persons to even test business ideas. So we're not just saying that you have to have a business already existing, but you may have something that you want to test. We can assist you with that, whether it's to pay for the marketing aspect of it or to do surveys, to do different things, just to make sure that your business is lucrative and can stand on its own. And you mentioned how do they create the network and link and etc. One of the ways that we're doing that is to ensure that they get to meet with each other, know what each person is doing. I'll give you an example. The persons in the elevator program, they have already started forming cooperatives, especially those focusing on agriculture, different areas of agriculture. The young women in this program, they are actively interested and excited about learning how to operate heavy machinery and these kinds of things. So we have been creating the link between the different programs to ensure that they have benefits from the comprehensive programs that we offer, and also that with the cooperatives that they're forming, they are tapping into the different skill set that everyone has, and that no one is missing because, okay, I'm not good at marketing, or I'm not good at planting. How do I create that linkage? And one of the things that I encourage the participants who were awarded yesterday is to support each other, purchase from each other, help each other marketing and all these different things. So it doesn't stop at the disbursement. We have a lot more things planned for them to ensure that holistically they're developed and their markets and their business would also survive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. And hearing ends our reports and observations on the reports. Thank you very kindly.
Item number 10, personal explanations. Item number 11, motions. Item number 12, bills.
Senator, the Honorable Adrian Thomas, Leader of Government Business. You have the floor, Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to introduce the first reading of a bill for an act shortly entitled the Grenada Citizenship by Investment Amendment Bill 2026.
A bill for an act to amend the Grenada Citizenship by Investment Act number 15 of 2013 to provide for an alignment with the functions of the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority, shortly entitled the Grenada Citizenship by Investment Amendment Bill 2026.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting.
Thank you. Honorable members, the question is that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. All those who are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
And of the contrary view say nay. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the second reading of the bill be taken at this time.
Thank you. Honorable members, the question proposed is that the bill be read a second time. All those who are of that opinion say aye. Aye. And sorry, proceeded there. Withdrawn. Senator Thomas.
Madam President, before I present this bill to this honorable House, I want to beg for the opportunity to wish every Grenadian citizen, home and abroad, warmest anticipated Emancipation Day celebration. And tomorrow we will be celebrating the courage, sacrifices, and unwavering determination of our African ancestors whose struggle for freedom may have laid the foundation for all of us here today. And this foundation is the foundation upon which we continue to build our society, to build our community, and to build, most of all, our sovereign nation that we call Grenada. So I want to wish all Grenadians happy Emancipation Day, and I really want to encourage people to come out in the numbers to join our brothers and sisters in St. Andrew to celebrate Emancipation Day. Madam President, it is in this spirit of responsibility that I seek leave to introduce and present the Grenada Citizenship by Investment Amendment Bill 2026. Madam President, this bill signifies another significant step in this administration's ongoing commitment to strengthening the integrity, the transparency, and the, most of all, which we have to pay particular attention to, the international credibility of our Citizenship by Investment program. As we all know, this program, Madam President, remains a very important pillar in our economic development. Excuse me. Madam President, it has supported economic growth, it has created employment in many different ways, and it has contributed significantly to improving the quality of life of our citizens. Madam President, like any other program, operating in this global, complex environment requires us to be updated and to make the necessary adjustments as we go along. It must continue, Madam President, to evolve and to meet the international standards and best practices. So this amendment that we are about to present before this Honorable House, Madam President, will align Grenada's legislative framework with the regional agreement, thereby establishing the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority. Madam President, I want to say to this Honorable House that this reform that we are about to present here today is very, very strategic. They reinforce investors' confidence. They protect the value of the Grenadian citizenship. It preserves our international reputation, and it demonstrates our unwavering commitment to transparency, security, and good governance. Madam President, it is on that basis, Madam President, I present the Grenada Citizenship by Investment Amendment Bill 2026. And this bill contains 16 clauses. Clause 1 provides for the bill to come into force by an order of the minister. And clause 1 will also present the opportunity or allow the administrative procedures to be put in place before the law is brought into force. Clause 2 defines the term principal act, which is the Grenada Citizenship by Investment Act number 15 of 2013. Clause 3 of the bill inserts new terms into the Principal Act to recognize the role of the authority, including agreement, CARICOM impact, authority, and competent authority. Clause 4, Madam President, amends Section 3 of the Principal Act which entails the establishment of the CBI committee. And this requires the committee to follow or give effect to the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority, ECIRA. If I get the acronym right. Madam President, by enforcing the directives of the authority, including sharing data, resolving disputes, and maintaining secure tech systems to integrate with the data and joint regional communication center system. This clause, Madam President, amends Section 3, subsection 4 of the Principal Act to mandate the chairman of the committee to keep the authority informed of the business of the committee. Madam President, clause 5 inserts new sections. Sections 3A to 3H. And each one of these sections, Madam President, is clearly outlined, where Section 3A addresses the exchange information with authority. Clause 3B requires the committee to undertake an annual independent financial audit and a biannual independent operational audit in accordance with international accepted auditing and financial supporting standards. Section 3A, the committee is required to take corrective actions to address any material weakness or non-compliance identified in the audited reports. Section 3D addresses the conduct of a special audit of the committee by the authority. Section 3F addresses modification of the auditor's report by the auditor. And Section 3G provides for periodic audits of the committee in relation to compliance in accordance with standards, guidelines, or directives by the authority, while Section 3H addresses mandatory pre-qualification. Clause 6 of the bill amends Section 4, subsection 2, and Section 6 of the Principal Act, which addresses local agents. The amendment in Clause 6, Madam President, 6, to provide for the pre-qualification of local agents by the authority, and it also inserts a new subsection 6A, which provides that if a local agent loses its pre-qualification status, the minister will suspend or revoke the license upon the authority's recommendation. We move on to Clause 7 of the bill, which amends Section 7, and deals with due diligence checks and interviews of the Principal Act to provide basically for consistency with the agreement as it relates to pre-qualification and no objection notices and due diligence checks and interviews. Clause 8 of the bill inserts new sections, Section 7A and Section 7B in the Principal Act. Section 7A basically mandates the committee or competent authority to ensure that the male applicant and dependents establish a genuine and effective link with Grenada. Whilst Section B addresses compliance with residency and genuine link requirements. In that case, the minister is empowered to prescribe the manner and evidence for applicants to demonstrate compliance with Section 7A upon the application for renewal of his or her passport. And the authority is also empowered to issue guidelines governing the way a main applicant, any of his or her dependents, may exercise the option under Section 7A. Clause number 9 of the bill also inserts new sections, Section 8B and Section 8C in the Principal Act. Section 8B seeks to establish strict, centralized oversight for denied or revoked citizenship by investment applications. And while Section C prohibits the committee from approving citizenship by investment applications from individuals previously denied by a state, including withdrawn applications. But there are exceptions, Madam President, which must be highlighted here, and exceptions are only permitted with the written approval of the authority and evidence of material change or procedural irregularity. And if the committee contravenes this provision of the authority, the authority shall issue an order reprimanding the committee, which will be reflected in the authority's annual report. Clause 10 of the bill provides for an amendment to Section 13 of the Principal Act to insert subsection 1A and subsection 1B in the Principal Act. And this provides that a license cannot be issued or renewed without 3 mandatory approvals. 1, committee examination. 2, the authority's pre-qualification confirmation. And 3, Section 3E, no objection notice. It goes on to say that any license issued without meeting these 3 requirements is null and void. Clause 11 of the bill provides for the insertion of new section 13A to 13H in the Principal Act. And Section 13A, subsection 1, provides for the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Database. Subsection 2 sets out the purpose of the database, including strengthening regional and international security by centralizing the data of applicants and the dependents named in their applications. B, it includes supporting enhanced due diligence, risk assessment, and intelligence sharing functions. It also includes ensuring uniformity and transparency in the administration of the program and also facilitating compliance by the state with international standards and best practices. Section 13B addresses inserting information in a database by the committee. And the information that will be inserted there includes complete biological information, biometric data, citizenship decisions, passport records, and financial and source of funds documentation. Section 13C provides for the timely submission of data by the committee. Section 13D provides for the access, use, and security of the database. Section 13E addresses data protection and confidentiality. Section 13F addresses the observance of the standard operational procedures in relation to the database. Section 13G provides for compliance by the committee with notice of compliance issued by the authority pursuant to Article 82(2) of the agreement, while 13H addresses the non-disclosure of information in certain circumstances. The amendment of Section 14 is dealt with within Clause 12, and this provides for the publication of information in the Gazette by the Minister. Clause 13 of the bill inserts a new section, 14A of the Principal Act, to provide for registers and reporting obligations. And there's an amendment to Section 15 of the Principal Act, which Clause 14 takes care of. And this provides for the biannual reports to be submitted to the authority. Clause 15 of the bill inserts new sections, 15A and 15B. And it provides for appeals from enforcement actions of the committee or a competent authority and disclosure of information. The final clause, Madam President, Clause 16 amends Section 16, subsection 2 of the Principal Act to ensure that regulations made under the Principal Act are consistent with regulations made under the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority. Madam President, having said this, I therefore commend this bill to this Honorable House and respectfully invite all honorable members of the Senate to approach its consideration with seriousness, diligence, and a sense of patriotism for such an important piece of legislation. And I look forward to the debate and ultimately the approval of this bill. Thank you very much.
I thank the presenter of the bill, Leader of Government Business in the Senate. The debate commences. Leader of His Majesty's Opposition in the Senate, Honorable Nolan Cox.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I just probably just want to raise one or two observations and well, one concern. I think that concern was already stemmed from the original passage of the original bill. This is just an amendment. But I think it's important to reiterate that this bill represents a fundamental restructuring of Grenada's Citizenship by Investment program. And so much so that it is focusing a lot on the area of concern where transferring of substantial sovereign authority to this newly established EXIRA, regional authority. While this bill represents, Madam President, a regional harmonization initiative based on what is taking place in the geopolitical space regarding citizenship by investment programs throughout the region, as against those that are on the other side of the world, in Europe and the United States. That's a whole debate within itself. But we understand the challenges, we understand what is before us, and we are not adverse to any changes to ensure that we safeguard our own initiatives in terms of raising revenue for national development. So this is a harmonized initiative, but it raises some serious concerns in terms of national sovereignty and probably constitutional propriety as well. And this centers around Section 2, Madam President, of this bill, Section 2, subsection 3. And if I should read, and it reads, where an inconsistency arises between this act and the EXIRA Agreement Act, the EXIRA Agreement Act shall prevail. I mean, that is quite clear. Subsection 2, Section 2, subsection 2 further requires that this act shall be interpreted and applied to give effect to EXIRA agreement and any standards, guidelines, directives, codes of practices, and other instruments issued by the authority. Madam President, my concern and our concern is that this is an unprecedented and a constitutionally questionable issue in terms of legislative supremacy. Because straight away, what this section is saying, that EXIRA agreement supersedes. If there is any issues with this act, which is the laws of this land, our land, EXIRA agreement supersedes that. So I think that is, for me, that is something that is present, is evident, and it speaks volumes. And I think there are other sections within this bill also that speaks to that as well in terms of if there are any legal issues. Our courts are not even referenced in that regard. I didn't single out that, but I know that it's there within this amendment bill. So, Madam President, this for me is just one of the concerns that I have, and probably the major concern. There are other issues, but I raise this in terms of sovereignty and our parliament, in terms of the principle that laws should be made by our elected members. And so if we have an act superseding certain things within our law, I think that is something that calls for question. So I raise it for what it's worth. There might be some legislative or explanation for it, or procedural one, but I think it's worth raising. The second observation, Madam President, is I think there is an unintended duplication of sections, provisions, and if I should note, Section 13H, which speaks of the disclosure of information, and section 15B, basically the heading for those two sections and the text seem to be similar or if I should say word for word. But I think that there is an error there. I don't think, based on the presentation from the leader of government business, the move of the motion, his description of section 15B speaks, I think, to something else. But within the bill itself, both section 15B and section 13A are basically saying the same thing word for word. So I think there is something that we need to look at there. Madam President, those are my observations and my concern with the whole issue of sovereignty as regards to this amendment bill before this House. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your observation, Senator Cox. For clarification, are you saying 13A or 13H?
13H and 15B.
Gotcha.
I looked at it several times just to make sure they are basically saying the same thing.
Senator, the Honorable Quince Britton.
Good morning, Madam President. Good morning to everyone listening and viewing online. Madam President, I just rise to give my unequivocal support to the bill as presented by the leader of government business on this side, Madam President. And looking through the bill, Madam President, I like to see we doing more due diligence because we know what in the past when we don't have those kind of regulations, we might end up in situation as what we had for the famous shrimp farm in Victoria. So we want to make sure that we dot all our I's and cross our T's, so that we don't end up in similar situations. So I encourage the other members on this side and the opposing side to support the bill as presented. And there is nothing cast in stone. We can always make amendments if needs be, as what we are doing now. So I just want to record my support to the bill as presented by the leader of government business, Madam President. Thank you.
I thank the Honorable Quince Britton. Senator, the Honorable Roderick St. Clair.
Good morning, Madam President. I rise to make my contribution to the bill before us, Grenada Citizen by Investment Amendment Bill 2026. I think, Madam President, I want to say a few things. In terms of context, and I seen this because of the stimulation from Senator Cox's presentation in terms of the supremacy, if we want to say, that is the agreement that established this new authority, the new authority Just let me get the name properly. The Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority, ECCIRA. And the concern raised by him in terms of, well, if the local regulations is not conforming enough, if that's what I understand in a simple form, then that their regulation supersedes. And this authority, my understanding, actually it's located in Grenada. I'm not sure if you understand that that authority actually is located right here in Grenada. Grenada is the host of this authority. The offices, I'm not sure exactly where it's located, but Grenada is the country, you know, in different organizations like CARICOM is in Guyana, ECCB is in St. Kitts. This particular authority established about 2 years ago, I think it is actually sitting right here in Grenada. My research, though, has shown that Grenada is the host of it because it has shown excellence among the other participating countries in CBI programs, investment migration programs. So by nature, it's not it here. I don't know, that is what I read online. I'm not too sure if that is the true reason. And of course, we understand based on that, there have to be reports, annual reports, and other audited financial statements and other things that would have to be prepared and presented by this authority because they are of the various parliaments of the 5 or 6 countries participating in this program for accountability purposes. So it means, therefore, that in our sitting here, my good friend Senator Cox, you can also ask questions about this new authority because it's within your armpit of things. So if you have any queries, okay? However, I want to add that as I read, that went through my mind in terms of the regulation because you have the supreme agency, and if you have the individual countries, Parliament, we sit here and we discuss and we debate and we make modifications to different things, or the minister and his cabinet make regulations pertaining to the CBI, in this case in particular. If it's not up to par, it means that the authority own would supersede. And that, I understand, is to safeguard and to protect all of the other countries involved such that no country really is disenfranchised. Because if we go back to a history, maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago, there was a concern that the various countries participating in this immigration program, citizen by investment as we call it formally, were competing among themselves. Which one trying to offer better deals and so on. And when you end up in competition, while the economists may give you one story, sometimes you end up in this case softening certain areas. And who end up being the main sufferers, I would say, is the real regular citizen who born, bred, living a life, who has a challenge to get a visa, problems to travel, and all of those things. And we know the story about that. And this has been a concern. We saw what happened in, I think, St. Lucia, St. Kitts, Antigua, and so on, accessing some of these countries. Grenada, though, has been fortunate in a lot of cases, from my reading, to just escape, slightly escape those measures. In fact, what I also read recently is that sometime in December, the EU is going to do its review in which Grenada would be called up again to see how compliant we are. Because we know the whole issues with the various visas within the European Union is different to the issue dealing with the UK because they are not the same. UK and EU, two different regulations. So when I go and I read at 16, clause 16, this was right on point to Senator Cox's comment earlier that speaks about 16, it says section, it speaks amendment of section 16 of the Principal Act. It says section 16.2 of the Principal Act is amended by inserting immediately after the word act the following: except the regulations made under this section shall not be inconsistent with regulations made under section 23 of the ECCIR Agreement Act. So essentially, it's still making it that this authority would be so, and it's a good thing. It's a good thing because for protection, but in terms of us as an independent nation, sovereign nation, the question is, how comfortable are we with that? And I think that is the query. The question one may debate and say, well, we can go back to the agreement and change certain agreement that would have established this authority to create that leeway. But we know that this is a very serious issue. In fact, they were showing that the Central Governor, Timothy Antwine of ECCB, was showing that they contributed to our GDP. And the source of funds, revenues, range at 14% in some cases of the economy. So it's a major income stream, and the question, how do we protect it and guard against it? Some of my other comments, and I'm sort of leading on Senator Cox's comment because he's on point in where my mind is. This amendment basically had to be established to basically fall in line with the authorities, to be consistent with what the authority, the agreements under the authority. Meaning that whatever the authority had in place, established, which is going to be to protect and to make things safer for all of us, what existed before in terms of the CBI legislation had a lot of gaps. And so to comply, we either fix it, or if we don't fix it, we automatically have to comply anyways. So what we are doing here today is basically upgrading this act that existed before to make it compliant with what the agreement is. And in so doing, a lot of the measures that were added, it makes sense because when you listen to the public, Madam President, over the years, there have been concerns. Where you're getting these people, who are these people that are having Grenada passport? We don't even know them. Who are these people? There have been questions that have been asked. And so I see that this has been addressed with the database, so at least you can have some information sharing among these countries so that someone can apply in Grenada and then go in St. Lucia. They were denied in Grenada, but they go in Grenada, they go and apply in Antigua, and they get through in Antigua because somebody not doing the work. This would prevent that, and it's a good thing. People have been asking other questions about this. What is due diligence? Here we are seeing a protocol as to how this due diligence would be conducted, the biodata, all of this information can be, whether they have criminal records and all of those things. These are things that the public has been asking about a long time. The issue of residency, I have a little question, a little concern about that. I think that this 30 days aggregate over a 5-year period, we have to do better than that. I think that needs to be reviewed seriously. I mean, seriously. We are speaking here, Madam President. There are persons, Madam President, grandparents, grandchildren, great-grandchildren of Grenadians, sometimes even grandchild, catching a nenen to get a passport, a Grenada passport, and it's right in the blood, in the DNA. Grandchild, great-grandchild, catching a nenen to get a Grenada passport. And here, and for that to happen, you know, you have to, here, your navel string had to be here, you're born here, and your lineage is connected. But here you have persons who have no lineage, nothing. If you do a DNA test, it's minus. It's minus. It doesn't exist. 0 means there is a chance. It's minus. And all you need, over a 5-year period, is 30 days. We ever hear that? The Great America, United States, see how much of them always have to run back every 6 months to spend that time in America to get the benefits and all of those things that goes with a U.S. passport. This, to me, is the biggest deficit. Because having that passport from Grenada, you could go to America and giving you easy access through some mechanism to get a U.S. passport. And trust me, they better find themselves there residing for 6 months. Otherwise, they'll end up in problems. So I think this is a great loophole, and this needs to be rethink and rethought of. This 30 days, of course, the bill tried to make it look good that the 30 days cannot be accumulated if myself and a dependent there, so I spend 3 days, the person spend 3 days, it add up to 6 days. They say, no, it's 3 days. But 30 days over a 5-year period, Madam President. And this individual with a passport is a citizen. And we know what has happened here. It doesn't be sometimes less than 5 years. They can come and register. They can come and vote as anybody else. With 30 days, with a minus genotype, they call it. Madam, genotype, eh? The genes is minus. So this to me is the biggest flaw in this. I'm not even looking at the amount of money they contribute and the size of the investment, but this is too weak. Because I read this over and over and over. I say, but 30 days for 1 year may not be bad. I read this thing over and over. But at the end of the day, is my interpretation, I could be wrong. If so, I would be stand corrected. That is 30 days broken up. So in fact, the 30 days could happen in year 1. And the rest of 5 years, the other 4 years, they have to have no presence because it's aggregate how it's presented. This, Madam President, and then there might be another part to it. I'm not too sure if I'm interpreting it right in that case, but then that's the main person. There's the main person, and then there are the dependents. So the children, the wife, and so on. How do we treat with them also? Because you cannot add it up. Do they individually also need to do this 30 days? But this 30 days business is really is not good. In fact, Madam President, there are some other areas that I thought was interesting because I've been told stories that you have persons who have gained our passport. The address might be Chantimel, or Ladi, Willis. And these people doesn't even know where Willis is. I'm not too sure what is the real approach that should be done in terms of how we assign addresses for these persons. And I'm saying this to say, if I have to open a bank account in Grenada right now, Madam President, it will be held up because, well, as Senator Cox, his daughters, they say they have a byway, you may have to write a letter, but they don't have no bills in their names to show a proof of address. They may have an NS card, they may have a driver's license. I'm trying to figure out how these persons are establishing proof of address. Because I am 100% sure they may own a piece of land maybe in the area, maybe. But where is the water bill or the light bill or the telephone bill that is connected to that? So I don't know what is the mechanism, but this is a question I really would like to find out. How do we establish address? Because in applying for a passport, you have to put those type of things that have to be verifiable. And if you're doing other due diligence, the question would be, where is your place of domicile? Where is your place of domicile? If something happens, how do you find this person? They're roaming somewhere? Where are they? There might be protocols about that, but I think this is an area of concern for me, bearing in mind the high level of due diligence and security back check and all of those things that is placed in the bill. And I say all of this to say that there was a section that speaks about providing education in terms of information and civics and information about the country and all of those things. And I think this is good. I know persons, and I've been in this space, who they have to get the US citizenship or whatever it is. And I mean, I've been to school with somebody, and they have to go to classes every evening, and then they have to go with a kind of exam, which they have to pass, of course, however hard a difficulty may be, before they could get to that point. We're saying, yes, maybe these people are buying their way through it, and we understand the context. So you could say they buy their way into it. But the fact that we are putting this into the legislation, and in making it be part of the requirement of providing information, it begs the question, is it something they could just Google? Is it something they could just watch? Or would there be some kind of verification that knowledge has been acquired based on the efforts to provide such knowledge to these persons? I know persons who go to Germany, for example. It's a very difficult place to access. You have to do those things in the language. In the language. So whether you are Spaniard or whatever you are, you have to do it in the language because there should be certain level of understanding of the language. So I'm saying this to say, Madam President, that I appreciate and understand the effort that we are going towards to improve the whole program. But in so doing, some of these things will just be flashes and decorations if you don't put proper systems to make those things implementable. And this is my concern. And so when the question asked, and when this operational audit comes, we may have questions to answer because we have no proof that there was an exam. There is no proof of how certain things took place. That is my concern. Before, you didn't have to worry about that because there was not there. Now that is there, what mechanisms would we put in place to ensure that those things are not word, but they are actually implementable measures and verifiable? And the last few things I want to mention on the issue of the database and information sharing, I think that is good. I think that I'm not too sure what the agreement has, but I think that maybe in the legislation, there is also something that is missing also. I didn't get a chance to read the agreement. the whole issue about marketing and promotion, how do you treat with that? For example, they say doctors cannot advertise, dentists cannot advertise. They could just a basic thing. Insurance companies in certain ways. Because this is not there is no real competition, really, among these 5 or so countries that are involved in the CBI program, right? Because they are working under one harmony. I'm interested in understanding how they go about that promotion aspect. Does the authority, would the authority, for example, help to promote all of them rather than individual countries doing that? How does the agents connect it? So these are some questions because we try to improve. These are some stimulation that occurred to me in the process. But I will say my overall comment is good to put in measures. I think those measures is measures that we all need and the public has been asking about. The concerns of whether this would be subservient to the agreement. I think what needs to happen is that we have to be on our P's and Q's so that we are proactive enough. Because failure to do what we're supposed to do, the question arises, what does the United States recognize? Does it recognize this authority or does it recognize Grenada? What does the EU recognize? Does it recognize Grenada or does it recognize the authority? And as far as I know, countries recognize countries. And so no matter what we do, no matter what the authority do, we have to make sure that what we do is the correct thing and it is compliant. And the authority, whether they do what they have to do, they have no liability in this process. They are still workers collecting the salary. They don't care whether they get up. But in fact, they may have privileges with passport access and all that of stuff versus our local people here who can be disenfranchised. So I think anything that is done, we have to ensure that our persons, our people here, are not worse off, particularly to access the global world. That is my concern at the end of the day. I thank you.
I thank you, Senator Sinclair, for your contribution to the debate. Thank you, Senator Gloria Thomas. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to support the Citizen by Investment Amendment Bill 2026 as presented by the Leader of Government Business in the Senate. This bill represents another important step in the government's continuing effort to protect the integrity, credibility, and long-term sustainability of Grenada's Citizen by Investment program. Madam President, the program has since become an important part of Grenada's national development framework. However, Madam President, the continued success of the program cannot be measured only by the revenue it generates. It must also be measured by the quality of its governance, the strength of its due diligence systems, the transparency of its operation, and the confidence that Grenadians and other international partners place in it. This is the central purpose of this amendment. Madam President, Grenada does not operate its program in isolation. there are 5 participating Eastern Caribbean countries with Citizenship by Investment program. Grenada, Madam President, these 5 states have agreed that the program must be governed by stronger and more consistent regional standards. This coordinated approach recognizes a simple reality. Weaknesses in the program of one participating country can affect the security and international relationship of all 5 countries. Regional cooperation is therefore not a surrender of Grenada's sovereignty. It is a practical use of our sovereignty to protect our common interests. By working together, the 5 countries can establish consistent standards, improve the exchange of information, reduce opportunities for regulatory avoidance, and strengthen the international credibility of the region's program. Madam President, this bill seeks to strengthen the regulatory framework governing the program and increase the level of oversight applied to the institutions, the agents, the developers, and other parties involved. Strong oversight is essential because citizenship is not an ordinary product or commercial transaction. It carries rights, privileges, and responsibilities. Decisions concerning citizenship must therefore be made carefully, lawfully, and in the national interest. A credible citizenship by investment program must be built on rigorous due diligence. The regional reform provides for stronger identity verification, biometric data collection, applicants' interview, and expanded security screening. Madam President, we strongly believe that Grenada must never allow the pursuit of revenue to override the protection of our people, our borders, our financial system, our interests in our international reputation. Every application must be examined on its own merits. No person should be approved simply because that person has the financial ability to invest. Madam President, the bill also supports a stronger culture of transparency and accountability. Transparency must, of course, be balanced against legitimate privacy, commercial confidentiality, and security considerations. However, confidentiality must never become a shield for misconduct, poor administration, or the misuse of public resources. Madam President, our citizens benefit from relationships with countries around the world. These relationships support travel, trade, education, investment, and diplomatic cooperation. Any loss of confidence in the administration of our citizenship by investment program could have consequences not only for the program applicants, but for every Grenadian passport holder. This is why reform is necessary. Grenada should not wait for a crisis before improving its law. Responsible governance requires us to identify risk early, respond to legitimate concerns, and put systems in place to protect the country before weaknesses are exploited. Madam President, citizenship by investment revenues remain important to small island developing states. Our economies are vulnerable to hurricanes, climate change, global recession, pandemic, geopolitical conflict, and sudden disruptions in tourism and trade. We also face high infrastructural costs and limited access to affordable development financing. CBI revenues can help finance national development, climate resilience, housing, healthcare, education, public infrastructure, and economic diversification. Revenue from these programs should be managed prudently, reported transparently, and directed towards investments that produce lasting benefits for the people of Grenada. We must use temporary or uncertain revenue to build permanent national assets. Madam President, supporting this bill does not mean that our responsibility ends when the legislation is passed. Effective implementation will require clear regulations and operating standards, suitable, qualified, and properly trained personnel, secure information management systems, independent audits and compliance review, strong control over agents and approved developers, timely reporting to Parliament, protection for confidentiality, for confidential and biometric information, clear procedures for sanction, appeals, and revocation, and continued consultation with regional and international partners. The government must also ensure that the regional regulators remain accountable, professionally managed, and properly governed. Regional supervision must complement, not replace, Grenada's national responsibility. Our own institutions must continue to exercise careful judgment and remain answerable under Grenadian law. Madam President, this bill is about protecting a national asset. It's about ensuring that Grenada's Citizenship by Investment program remains secure, credible, transparent, and sustainable. It is about protecting the reputation of our passport. It is about strengthening cooperation among Antigua and Barbuda, Dominica, Grenada, St. Kitts and Nevis, and St. Lucia. It is about holding agents, developers, administrators, and other participants to clear and enforceable standards. Madam President, most importantly, it is about ensuring that the program continues to operate in the best interests of the people of Grenada. We are not being asked to choose between investment and regulation. Strong regulation protects investment. Effective oversight protects revenue. Rigorous due diligence protects our citizens. Transparency protects public confidence. Regional cooperation protects the future of all the 5 programs. For this reason, Madam President, I support the Citizenship by Investment Amendment Bill 2026 as commended to this House by the Leader of Government Business. I thank you.
I thank Senator the Honorable Gloria Thomas. And I offer the floor to Senator the Honorable Diana Charles. Dr. Charles, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and a pleasant good morning to all my colleagues in this honorable House. Madam President, this morning I rise with 2 concerns, really, regarding this bill. And after my good brother, Senator Roderick St. Clair contribution, it sparked some thoughts as well in my mind as I was sitting there. And in looking at the bill, and in looking at the Representation of the People Act, I think we must juxtapose that 30-day requirement standard with that in which is established in our Representation of the People Act. And it seems that with this current bill, procedurally, you have more benefits if you pay for it rather than through birthright. And this is a genuine concern. And when we look at the Act, to register as an elector, a person must be ordinarily resident in a constituency. And the law speaks about a person's home. And we looked at, a Commonwealth citizen who is not Grenadian must have resided in Grenada for at least 12 months immediately before registration, right, as being part of the Commonwealth. Yet, under this bill, 30 days is spread across 5 years. So you're looking at an average of only 6 days per year is being presented as a sufficient time to establish some sort of connection to Grenada. And I strongly believe that this time frame is something that has to be relooked under this bill. Because we cannot maintain one meaningful standard of residence for persons seeking the right to vote while creating a far weaker standard, in my view, for persons purchasing the right to become a citizen. So again, it seems that procedurally, persons who is purchasing that right has more benefits than persons who are Grenadians through birth. This is just one observation, and I think that has to be relooked. The other point I want to make and concern is that of Grenada hosting this regional authority. And I'm sure it's a poor thing to host this authority. But we are being asked in Parliament to approve changes that give this authority, ECC, IRA, significant influence over Grenada's Citizenship by Investment Program. And we know in hosting this authority, there are certain commitments. And of those commitments, there is financial commitments that Grenada will have to bear. And when we host any authority, there is direct, there is indirect costs. Yet it does not clearly state what the host country, and that is Grenada, what that will cost the people of Grenada to host this authority, right? Because in terms of the cost, right, there is a cost that we must contribute every year, and that could be considered a direct cost. But also, as any authority to function, you need staff, you need people, you need an office space, you may need technology, other things to support these services. So we want to know, right, before passing the bill, what are the financial commitments, directly and indirectly, that is being made in the name of the people of Grenada to host this authority. So if my colleagues on the other side can allot us on those financial commitments, because I've had persons who ask me those questions in seeing those bills, and I frankly do not have an answer, because I do not know. So I would like to understand on my behalf, and as well as the general public and other people, what are the financial commitments for being that host country, direct and indirectly. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you. Senator the Honorable David Andrew.
Madam President, yeah, I think I'll take this time, thanks. Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, and good morning to all staff in this honorable house and colleagues on the other side as well as this side, and every person tuned in following this broadcast. So, Madam President, I rise to give support to this very important bill as presented by the Leader of Government Business. There's a very well-known proverb, Madam President, that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And so when I think of this legislation, that's before us that represents commitment on the part of our regional colleagues in the OECS to come together to see harmonized legislation and the establishment of this regulatory authority to give oversight to the investment, citizenship by investment across the region. This is commendable. It suggests that we'll go further together. Madam President, we can save all of us together. We can save all of ourselves together, or we could die individually. That's what this is about. We know how our small economies are. And Senator Thomas correctly talked about the importance of the citizenship by investment for some of our economies. So we're going to save ourselves together. Madam President, even before I make my presentation, some concerns were raised, one by the leader of business on the opposition side, about yielding our sovereignty by this legislation, and the fact that suggestion is made that this authority and the legislation that surrounds it will be the supreme law that governs, and all other legislation will be subservient to it. So, Madam President, this is not new. In our region, in our parts, there are several already existing institutions governed by regional legislation to which other local laws must be aligned. So this is not a new occurrence, and it's nothing that we should be probably afraid of or scared of, or that we should give the impression to unsuspecting listeners that there is something particularly distressing or dangerous about this legislation or threatening about our sovereignty. We have examples in the banking sector like the ECCB, the Eastern Caribbean Currency, well, I mean Central Bank, within the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union, the ECCU. We have in the judicial system, we have the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court and the CCJ. We have even civil aviation. We have ECA. And so you remember even when the issue of installing the radar at our airports had to be considered, we had to contemplate what ECA, the Eastern Caribbean Civil Aviation Authority, had to say on that matter. Madam President, there are others like CAFA for public health, where we are governed by legislation for those regional governing entities that overlook those sectors. So it's nothing new. We have the free movement of persons of labor, of skilled labor within the OECS and CARICOM. So all of these are already existing legislative frameworks within the Caribbean region that give us quite good confidence that this is standing on solid precedents and is standing on solid practice of shared regional legislative collaboration. And this just adds to it, to strengthen the survivability and the sustainability of programs that are important to the economic well-being of all member states and territories. The other concern was raised, Madam President, about, I think that was raised by Senator the Honorable St. Clair, about the 30-day residency component. Madam President, while I could appreciate the sentiment about 30 days, and I think it was echoed by Honorable Mariana Charles, about the 30-day residency component being minimal or too little, we have to appreciate that this legislation is coming from a place where there was no residency component. People could have bought passports before. People could have invested, if you want to use a different term, with no obligation to reside for any period of time in Grenada. And this piece of legislation is saying no. you must, within a 5-year period, reside in the state of Grenada for at least 30 days. It means, on an average, you must spend at least a week per year in Grenada. Oh, that's a great start. Madam President, that's a commendable start coming from a place where there was no such requirement. And this strengthens the legislation surrounding the citizenship by investment. And so I want us to recognize that this provision within the legislation does in fact strengthen it, and the lament is probably excessive because we are certainly heading in the correct direction in including this requirement. The other thing I'd mention, the Honorable Charles mentioned the cost. And obviously we know there will be cost, but I'm certain that there are several benefits that will come from hosting an authority like that. Ask St. Lucia, as they host the head of the OECS Education and Development and Management Unit. Ask Guyana, as they host some of the CARICOM offices. Ask St. Kitts, as they host the Central Bank. And all of those territories will tell you, despite whatever cost you might associate with hosting those bodies, there are huge benefits. The employment, the credibility the country gets, and in time, I'm sure the benefits will by far outweigh the cost if we do a cost-benefit analysis. Madam President, this bill, the Citizenship by Investment Amendment Bill 2026, does a number of things. So one, it recognizes this regional regulatory authority and enforces that, and it requires compliance with standards, directives, enforcement actions across member territories. It enhances governance and oversight, strengthening the program. It makes provision for new audit requirements. Tougher due diligence and interview requirements are also included in this legislation. And Senator Prince Britton referenced one such incident, but there are others where, due to lack of due diligence, Grenada's name ended up being tarnished in the past for attracting persons and investors that other jurisdictions wanted for trials for criminal activity, who had to have their citizenship revoked because appropriate due diligence was not performed. This legislation, though, is ensuring that the authority puts in place structures for tougher due diligence to make sure that the credibility of anybody holding a Grenadian passport is less likely to be brought into question. This is commendable. We are protecting the integrity of the Grenadian passport holder to make sure not because you have money, but that we are going to scrutinize you well through several different means to make sure you fit the bill. I referenced the requirement link, and that's excellent. Madam President, the issue of regional information sharing. From time to time, you have foreign investors who skip one country, and because there's varying legislation, they probably circumvent one territory and they want to get into another country because it's easier here, it's cheaper here, but they're getting at the same mission. This is ensuring that because you have, as alluded to, the regional database and the sharing, that you eliminate the likelihood of these persons circumventing our region and saying, well, even if I don't get it in St. Kitts, I could come down to Grenada because Grenada is easier and get in. And once I'm in Grenada, I get through with the OECS stuff and I can get to St. Kitts anyway. That's not going to happen. So I want the ordinary Grenadian on the street to know that this is seeking to protect our name, our credibility, as much as we depend economically on the resources generated in this industry. We have to protect our country, our citizens, and what our name means. Right? Madam President, this bill provides major benefits to Grenada. It strengthens our international credibility. We know quite well it's easy for bigger economies to put the microscope on smaller ones like us and watch us to see everything that we do. When we align these standards with what is required internationally, Grenada's credibility rating increases, and it strengthens our program and allows for less of the high need for scrutiny that often puts us on the back foot. So this is proactive measures to ensure that we are in alignment with international standards that will keep our program sustainable. And you see, Madam President, the sustainability of this program, I want us to understand in a real way. Because you see, I come from St. Andrew, and there is an IMA Rainbow City All-Stars Pan Orchestra. You understand what I'm saying? There is an, I want to repeat this. There is an IMA, Investment Migration Agency, Rainbow City All-Stars Pan Orchestra. So in other words, the support that we receive from funds associated with our Citizenship by Investment program from the Investment Migration Agency trickles down to even our culture. And at this time of year, when we focus a lot on it, there's a whole pan side in Rainbow City receiving support. Now, if we are not careful about how we regulate the funds from this and allow deregulated practices to occur, it jeopardizes the support that these pan orchestras can receive. We don't want that happening. And so we are happy because it improves that sustainability. It improves national and regional security, Madam President. We don't want the negative record of being the ones to attract crooks and fraudsters. We don't want the record of having persons who come here, invest here, and then a month after you hear they're on trial somewhere and locked up and jailed. We've had that, you know. We've had that. We don't want it anymore. Madam President, this bill, again, you see the Grenadian passport? It's valuable. And whatever we can do to protect and to make sure that the holders of it, whether they want to access other provisions that over years of disciplined living as Grenadian citizens afforded us, they must come through that process, but they must come through that process rigorously to make sure they align with Grenadian norms, Grenadian values, Grenadian standards, and that's why these rigorous standards that are being put together, I recommend them wholeheartedly. I support them, knowing that it will preserve, this legislation will help to preserve the long-term viability, credibility, security, and international acceptance of Grenada's CBI program. I recommend it wholeheartedly to you and to members of this House and to the listening public, knowing that it will strengthen Grenada's well-being. I will end, Madam President, by saying, if you want to go far, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. We will not individually stay and die. We will save ourselves together through this legislation. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Andrew. Senator Dwight Horsford, you have the floor, Senator, at your request.
No, that wouldn't be necessary. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I join my colleagues in greeting listening public, your good staff, yourself, and my colleagues opposite. Madam President, I avail myself of the opportunity to stand in my place and make a few observations in relation to this amendment bill. Allow me to say at the outset that the nature of this measure is an amendment to the Principal Act we passed last year, 2025, to contribute to the regulatory restructuring of these programs, that is to say the CIP programs or CBI programs operated by the 5 Eastern Caribbean countries that still see it fit to engage in this program. So this is an amendment to the principal enactment. And quite correctly stated by my friend, Senator Sinclair, these legislative measures have a context and a subject matter. And so, while this is a very well structured bill, and my compliments to the drafting unit in the Attorney General's chambers, that is not the end of the discussion. We are here to debate the real issue that undergirds, underpins these measures. There's always an animating purpose, a why these bills come to the Parliament. And the very well-known context is wasteful spending, mismanagement, and a staggering lack of transparency in these programs that have caused the European Union, the United States, and other countries to put pressure for the development of these mechanisms that we are discussing here this morning, Madam President. I wish to say that I do not object to this bill. This is, as a matter of objective reality, very good. This is what was necessary at the time. This is what was needed then. My contribution simply is that this well-structured, quite impressive bill, if I may say so, is too little too late, really. This industry is about to die. European Union tell you shut it down by 2027. So all of this fancy structure here and body and authority and so on is time wasting. We must be straight with people. In the next 3 to 4 years, we are not going to have any serious discussion about CBI programs or CIP programs. That's what it is. And to ensure that in the interim, that is to say between now and the warning was given, to shut it down by, I think, European Union say by 2027, and I think the US by 2028. In the interim, to ensure that it is dead, you're seeing, Madam President, certain countries, led out first by European countries, one by one putting out lists of countries that can access their ports with their passports without visas. and we disappearing from them lists. So yeah, this is maybe designed to protect the reputational integrity of the Grenada passport, but that is done already. The reputational harm has been done already. Perhaps an analogy can be made. Not quite an exact analogy, but this is kind of similar to the very elaborate, very well-structured intervention by the ECCB and governments just around 2013, 14, 15, 16, thereabout, led by the ECCB, then Governor Dwight Venner, to intervene in regulating the banking sector in the region. That followed the spectacular collapse of certain indigenous banks that were operated like Ponzi schemes in Antigua, Angola, and Grenada here. We know about the one in Grenada here. We know the name. And so that intervention was welcome. We had a banking act. We had the mortgage finance arrangement set up. All of these things are good, Madam President. But that too was too little too late. It's good. It was necessary. But it came at a time when the landscape itself has changed. Yes, it is intended to prevent certain things from recurring, but the objective reality is that even if you did not design it that way, these things couldn't occur anyway, or recur anyway, because globally, the landscape changed. And that is what is happening to this program. So the challenge for all of us in sensible engagement with the public is how we are going to pilot economic development. Both political organizations, how we going to pilot economic development, serious economic development, when this thing is buried. Because you hit the ground already, just ain't buried. That's the challenge. That is the challenge. So, Madam President, yes, all these mechanisms for database storage of information and guarding it, due diligence mechanisms, all of these things are very commendable. But what is the context? The thing done gone past its sell-by date. It's going out. Almost dead. Almost dead. So we are creating an elaborate organization and giving ourselves false pride that we are housing it to regulate something that is all but dead, really. This is nothing really to jump and shout about, in my respectful view. Madam President, the other things about the nature of statutes being expressed to override others, I wouldn't really trouble that too much. This has occurred elsewhere, and essentially there's nothing wrong with that. Usually they occur when they are dealing with the same subject matter. So, for example, you may have a Road Traffic Act, and it may say certain things about a particular activity. And then you may have a Roads Act dealing with curbs and sidewalks, and it will tell you that in relation to vehicular traffic in this particular area, what is expressed in the Roads Act will take precedence over the Road Traffic Act. I wouldn't beat up on that too much. But, Madam President, that is what I wanted to underscore as a practical matter, really, in relation to this bill. So I don't want to be understood as not supporting it, but the point is, too little, too late, really. We're not really achieving much by all of this thing that we are jumping and shouting about. In very short order, it would be seen as really a waste of time. So, Madam President, that is what I wish to add on the record. And with that, I will leave you with my words of commendation on the structure of the bill, and I accept that it is not an indigenous bill, it's not a device by my friends opposite. We know the tide is to move in that direction because there are other countries that have suffered the same difficulties in the CBI program that Grenada faced. And so this really should be kept squarely in mind, what the objective of this is and the times that we are now operating relative to the CBI so-called program. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the Speaker, Senator Dwight Horsford, and I offer the floor to Senator Sybil Francis to make her comments. Still adorable, Senator Francis.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I thank you for the opportunity to rise briefly to lend my support to the Leader of Government Business and to my colleagues to indicate my full support for the Grenada Citizen by Investment Amendment Bill 2026. Madam President, it has been said already by my colleagues who presented before me, but repetition is key sometimes. And so I will just use this opportunity to emphasize what the bill seeks to do. The bill strengthens Grenada's Citizen by Investment program, as we affectionately call it, the CBI program, by firstly aligning it with the regional framework established under the Eastern Caribbean Citizen by Investment Regulatory Authority, including common standards for oversight, due diligence, audits, information sharing, and enforcement. Madam President, if your memory serves, you would recall that I have always maintained that any legislation or regional initiative that strengthens integration and creates a more resilient, credible, and united Caribbean is one that deserves our support. Madam President, we have long spoken about regionalism, and today we are giving a practical effect to that. What stands out to me in this bill is that it is proactive rather than reactive. And some may beg to differ, but Madam President, I still believe that it is somewhat proactive rather than reactive, and I'll explain why I say that. Because you see, Madam President, too often we wait until something goes wrong, and things have gone wrong, before we begin to ask what should have been done differently. We wait until confidence has been shaken, reputations have been damaged, our vulnerabilities have been exposed before we respond. And Madam President, I do take this opportunity to say to Senator Horsford that I do agree with you when you said that the reputational damage of our passport has already been done. But Madam President, while that is true, I believe that this measure is one that seeks to repair the damage done to our precious passport's reputation. But Madam President, while that may be, instead we are putting today the necessary safeguards, oversight mechanisms, and accountability structures in place now. That, Madam President, I believe is what you call responsible governance. Madam President, another aspect that I particularly welcome is the emphasis on accountability. We know that when we hold ourselves to higher standards, we naturally expect higher levels of compliance. By aligning the functions and powers of our committee and the ministry with the regional standards, directives, and oversight mechanisms established by ICERA, we are ensuring that our program is measured against a common regional benchmark. Madam President, the only reason we should fear stronger oversight Higher standards and greater accountability is if we have something to hide. And Madam President, I don't believe we have anything to hide. You see, Madam President, we should welcome greater scrutiny because we are confident in the integrity of our program and in our ability to meet internationally accepted standards. Madam President, there was a time when the Citizen by Investment program across the region were often dismissed by critics as a place where you could simply buy a passport. Whether fair or unfair, that perception existed. And I can even go a bit further to say it still exists, Madam President. But this bill continues to move Grenada away from that narrative. It reinforces that our Citizen by Investment program is not about selling passports. It's about operating a carefully regulated program built on rigorous due diligence, transparency, and accountability, and regional cooperation. Madam President, legislation is only as effective as its ability to be implemented and enforced. And far too often, excellent policies and laws are enacted, yet questions arise about their enforceability. This amendment addresses that concern by introducing stronger audit requirements, regional oversight, the compliance mechanisms, and reporting obligations that ensure that these standards are not just aspirational as expected, but they are monitored and they are enforced, Madam President. And Madam President, the CBI program operates in an increasingly scrutinized global environment. Investors, the international partners, and regulatory bodies are looking not just to determine whether countries have these programs, but whether they are governed with integrity, transparency, and accountability. And you see, Madam President, that word integrity is a currency on its own, Madam President. You may not have cash, but you see, when you have a currency called integrity, it can open a lot of doors that were once slammed in our faces, Madam President. Madam President, by embracing ISERA's standards, Grenada is sending a clear message that we are committed to best practices, robust governance, and protecting the reputation of our nation and our region, Madam President. Madam President, credibility is not built by asking people to trust us. And I will repeat that. Credibility is not built by asking people to trust us. Madam President, ask the common shopkeeper, when the village neighbor come and say, can you trust me £5 of flour, I'll pay weekend, and 2 weeks gone by, and that villager never come and pay, what happens? Madam President, that name goes into the black book. And so, I will repeat it in my closing, Madam President. Credibility is not built by asking people to trust us. Credibility is built by putting systems in place that earn the trust every single day, Madam President. And for those reasons, I wholeheartedly support this bill and commend this government for taking another important step towards strengthening the integrity, credibility, and international standing of Grenada's Citizen by Investment program. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank you, Madam Francis, and offer the floor to a veteran who is conscious of the lunch hour. Senator Andre Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And I'll be guided by that observation. Only only to remember that according to the law, an employer can have an employee working for about 4 or 5 hours from the start before lunch. So I think we started at 9, but I would not use that. Just to make the point that I certainly would not violate this. I'm within the time. Thank you very much, Madam President. And as part of my start, I just wish to also, as Senator, the leader of government business indicated, to recognize the Emancipation Day that we are heading into and the heroic struggle of our forefathers in bringing about what I call the political emancipation. And as you rightly stated in your comments this morning, Madam President, the process is still ongoing and we still have a long way to go. And it is in this context, therefore, I am appalled and yet to hear a very good reason from our colleagues on the other side as to why Grenada did not vote yes to have a debate, not a support, just a discussion on the inhumane embargo against Cuba, especially in this particular period. And I'm saying that, many times, Madam President, we are able to praise our founding fathers and praise those who have gone before us, who have faced the onslaught. But when that period faces us, that we need to stand to be counted, it leaves a lot of us with question marks around ourselves. I just wanted to place that there. Okay, it's part of the emancipation struggle. The people that are exploiting us now and exploiting the whole of the United States and others. And whenever we get an opportunity, even for a discussion, we should allow ourselves to be counted. Having said that, Madam President, as it relates to the Citizenship by Investment Bill, context, as my colleague on the other side, Senator Francis, will normally say, context is key. And it has already been established, but I'll just repeat it, that we in Grenada and the region has been forced, unfortunately, into what we are doing. We ought to have done those things, even without being forced. I guess we could all agree on that. And I don't buy the argument that those long before us didn't do it, because we have been here for almost 4 years. And our passport, left up to me, I understand the importance of the CBI in terms of generating revenue. We have it. But our passport, this is our birthright, our Grenadianism, right? I wish we never had to do that. I wish we never had. There are some countries that have not done that or had it tighter regulated, but we are where we are, and we allow the EU and the United States to force us into what we are doing. And that is why in the context, Madam President, I listened to my good senator and colleague, Senator David, who said that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. But we have been forced to go together. We just didn't do that on our own, and it's a pity, right? It is late, but it is a pity that we have to be forced to do that. We have gone at each other's throat throughout the region in terms of the countries as to who could undersell each other to make our passport more available or easily accessible to others, and we know the challenges that it brought upon us. My colleague and for all of us, I hope we can learn from those lessons, because the fact that we are praising the CBI today, history will record that those on that side there, had it been left up to them while in opposition, that program would never have gotten off the ground and started. Yes, that's a fact. That's a material fact. And the lessons for us, Madam President, is that when we sit on different sides of the table, and I want to commend Senator Dwight Horsford for his contribution. In other words, he recognized that this is needed. He did not attack the government. I haven't heard him done so politically on this matter. But some of us, all depends on where we sit in. When someone else is in an office, we can't see anything good in a program until we come into office. And all of a sudden, we are praising it. I want us to move beyond that, colleagues, for Grenada's sake. I know we have to look for where we can get advantages, because it's competitive. That's understandable. But there are certain things that if it is good for the nation, let us say it is good. We can say it is good, but we can identify where it can be better. I'm really, really making that appeal. A few years ago, I stood here, Madam President, when we had Senator Judd Cadet, Senator Ron Redhead, and I'm just using this two on each other side, and Senator Cox, who was on this side there, can attest to that. I really asked them if we could have changed the politics in Grenada as young people, rather than going after each other's throat because we are in opposition or in government, and try to work together. I still long to see that day. And I hope that this will be an example for us. Yeah, I really hope so, Senator France, but well, fortunately, unfortunately, I'm not on your side. So, because it is only 15 I can have, my maths has told me you may not be there right now. But thank you very much, Madam President. I yearn for that day.
Stick to the topic, Senator.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam President. As it relates to, if we go to page 15, and I'll do this very quickly. If we go to page 15, that we'll see number 10, number 11, and number 12. If we look at page 15, as I said, that will be very quick. Number 11 says, any registration, license, authorization, or approval recommended in contravention of subsection 10 or renewed or issued where the authority refuses to confirm a pre-qualification and issues a no objection notice shall be null and void to the extent that it permits that person to participate in the Citizenship by Investment Program. Sorry, is in relation to 10. What that implies is that it recognizes that the committee may and can issue a confirmation in contravention of what the authorities, because we are dealing with two issues here. This matter here addresses the authority as a regional regulatory, and it speaks about the committee as the Grenada committee. That's my understanding. It is saying, therefore, that it is possible and that the committee, the local committee, may do something that contravenes. And once it contravenes and it is recognized, then it is null and void. My question to the Attorney General or the other side that can be answered probably in committee stage, what mechanism are there in place that when the local committee approves, for want of a better word, that these matters, the approval can be brought to the attention of the authority? Is there a reporting mechanism? Yes? So I am looking for safeguards. I'm looking for safeguards that can help us minimize that occurrence, because number 11 recognizes that number 10, that the committee can so do. And the fact that it is listed here means that, based on the observation over the years, because remember, at the end of the day, is the minister has to give certain final approvals. Yes? And it says that even where the minister go ahead and give that approval, once it is recognized that the committee did not follow the particular procedure, then it becomes null and void. So that's a safeguard where it can be revoked. But I'm looking at a mechanism, if there is a mechanism, that everything that is approved, there's a reporting mechanism, and there's some check that can be done, rather than when it becomes a regional or international crisis. Just a thought that crossed my mind. What can we do there? Yes? We go now to, I will still address this matter, page 17 and page 18. Page 17, subheading is residency and genuine link requirement, linkage requirement. I heard my colleagues on the other side indicate, Senator David, that we are coming from a position that we never had a 30-day period. And that should be commendable. The question is, even if we didn't have a residency requirement, should that take away from the fact that 30 days is just, in our view, too short? Not only this is after approval has been granted. The requirement for getting the program accepted has nothing to do with the residency. The residency is part of the undertaking that you will give. As a matter of fact, the 30 days has to be satisfied within 5 years, starting from the date of approval. However, it can be for one person, one applicant, or the applicant and their dependents. So let us say you have a family of 5 or a family of 6. Within the first year from the approval, within the first year, even where within the first year, according to this, you must do a minimum of 5 days within the first year, a minimum of 5 days. It also recognizes that it is not consecutive, meaning that once you are here together, if 5 people are here together and you have to spend 5 days, it will not be 25. It will be counted as 5. However, once you are here on your own, the 30 days apply to everybody. So if 5 people, so where Senator, the colleagues on the other side indicated that is an average of a week a year, well, I know he really didn't mean that as a teacher. 5 7s are 35, which is over 30. I wouldn't go there. So it is not average of a week a year. We will leave that there. What can happen? It means that one individual, even the main applicant, can be here only for 5 days in the 5 years. Because the other dependents, the other group that is part of that application just need to be here intermittently over the 5-year period to add up to the 30 days for everybody. So if the objective is, as we says on page 17, it says residency and genuine link requirements. If one of the main objectives is to show that you must spend time in Grenada, 5 days can be, and I'm using a family of 5. 5 days just ought not to cut it, and I do not accept. Yes, 30 is more than 0. I've been pointed, it has been brought to my attention that even where there was no 30-day requirement, and I'm answering this, there was a residency requirement in the past. That can be corrected. I'm sure the Attorney General would respond to this, but the source that I got it from, as I indicated, I noted their contribution, and I have no reason to doubt that what I've been advised here may be correct.
Senator, may I interrupt you with
Sure.
2 explanatory questions? Thank you. One is the assertion of the residency requirement. Can your source indicate more quantification about that residency requirement? It's a week or 10 days, or if we have that information. And secondly, thank you. Secondly, you indicated that if there's a party of a family of 4 or 5, only one person is required to spend the 30 days. Did I hear you wrong?
Yeah.
Okay, because
Okay.
7A doesn't.
Thanks very much, Madam President. I have double-checked the source. I have not been given a specific. I guess the research can be done, and the Attorney General can help me, and I will accept what you have said. I've been assured that there was a residency requirement. I can't say what the amount was. Yes. So for clarity, I said that the 30 days aggregate can mean that one individual out of a family of 5 can spend only 5 days in that 5 year because it is aggregated. If there are 5 people, my reading, let me go to it because you ask. That's number 5 on page 18. Number 5 on page 18.
If you start, Senator, on number 87A, subsection 1 on page 17, the very bottom of page 17. Start
Yes.
there, please.
Right. So I am reading, yes, I was reading residency and genuine link. So that's the subheading that I'm under. I have to go to page 18 now to deal with the section that I am addressing in terms of aggregate. Yeah?
All right,
Yes.
proceed.
Yeah. I'll just read 7A1. It says the committee or other competent authority shall ensure that a main applicant and each dependent of the main applicant named in an application to whom citizenship is to be granted commits to establishing a genuine and effective link to Grenada through the fulfillment of residency and integration obligations by the main applicant and the dependent of the main applicant named in the application. So it is addressing not just one person, but whoever are the dependents. Because on that application, my understanding is that you can apply as a main applicant, but you aim to cover 2, 3, or 4, or 5. And I'm just using members of the family for easy conversation. If we accept that, I now go to section 4. Yeah, section 2. Let me read section 2. Okay. Without prejudice to any other requirement under this Act and the ECCIRA Agreement Act, a main applicant and each dependent of the main applicant referred to in subsection 1 shall be required by the committee or other competent authority to commit to A, being physically present within Grenada for an aggregate of at least 30 days during up to any of the first 5 calendar years after the date of the grant of the certificate of citizenship. Being physically and each dependent of the main, yes, so let's go on. Let's go on. It's possible I may have had it wrong, but let's just go for it. Participate in a mandatory integration. Let us go to section 4 now. I think section 4 says notwithstanding what is said above. Let me go to it. Without limiting subsection 2A, the main applicant and each dependent name in the application resulting in the grant of citizenship by investment must each be physically present within the territory of Grenada for not less than 5 days during the first 12 months following the date of the grant of citizenship by investment. 5, after the individual minimum days requirement under subsection 4 is satisfied, the remaining days needed to reach the aggregate of 30 days may be satisfied by the main applicant or any dependent or a combination of the main applicant and dependents or a combination. So, or a combination or any of the first 5 calendar years after the date of the grant of citizenship by investment. Let me read this again. after the individual minimum days requirement under subsection 4 is satisfied, the remaining days needed to reach, so the remaining days, if you take 5 from 30, we'll leave you 25. You're using simple calculation. The remaining days needed to reach the aggregate of 30 days may be satisfied by the main applicant or any dependent or a combination. So to me, it no longer addresses individuals. If it speaks of combination, and you are doing aggregate, your question, Madam President, and the comments that are on the other side led me to wonder for a moment if it meant that each individual had to give 30 days. So that's what I saw in the earlier part. But when I read section 5, because it speaks of combination, it is allowing me to raise that doubt in my mind. Understanding all lawyers, and there are 2 inside here, and the other bush lawyers inside here, yes, are able to make arguments in terms of interpretation and application. This has crossed my mind. And that is why I've indicated that one individual, so everybody is expected to give a minimum of 5. And that is why it also says, in my view, that if you spend time together, 5 days together, it would not be 5 by 5 or 5 by 4 or 5 by 3 or 5 by 2. So even if 6 of you are here and you spend 10 days together, it is 10 days. However, you can combine, to me, section 5. To me, section 5 is now saying, after that 5 days, in the first year, you can now start to add up, use each other days to add up to years to get the rest. Madam President, that's where I was going. A reading of the first part may imply what I was asked and your question. But as I go further, right? And that is why I have made that conclusion. I seek clarification. I'm not in a position to make pronouncements, obviously. In Parliament, we are not lawyers. Parliament, we pass laws. As a matter of fact, when we leave here, no court will call us to ask us what we meant. It will be the court. And 2 of my colleagues, at least here, right, when they do their private representation, I will make the argument. Although they were sitting members of Parliament, the judge would not ask them what was the intention they had when they sat there. So that's just my observation as it relates to this, and that is my concern. I'm saying the 30 days. If the intention was to have each individual give a minimum of 30 days, I don't think it was enough, but at least one can say, okay, look, it's 30 days. But this combination here, to me, makes it worse, if my reading is correct. Let me just place on the record again, Madam, and in the spirit of Senator Horsford, we are where we are, so we are not opposed to this. As a matter of fact, it makes sense. I say my genuine position, if I could have redo the clock of hands of time, we'd have never be selling our passports. I feel too proud holding a Grenadian passport. I feel too proud to tell people I'm from Grenada. I feel too proud to know that there are people who have Grenadian passport and they don't even know where Grenada is. And I don't care which administration did it. This is Grenada. But there are certain practicalities of life. What can we do based on the onslaught that we have from the United States and European Union, who themselves have those programs? Who themselves have those programs. But I also understand, I mean, we are living in a real world. Yes? I accept Senator David. Just want to make the point that with the free movement of people, so the OECS, who has been a leading beacon in the region in terms of unity, CARICOM can't come anywhere close to us. The OECS is a model for unity. is a model from free movement of people. And therefore, we need to work together, albeit it is late, after we go after each other's throat. Just something for us to be aware of. I know that there will be advantages, not maybe, there will be advantages for the office being located in Grenada. Even if it means that our local people gets a chance to interact with the leadership of the organization there will be the transference of knowledge, and just being present here, just being in Grenada will give us a presence. While at the same time, we have to be aware that we have to ensure that we do everything to make sure as much as possible we stay within the rights, because when something goes wrong, the spotlight will be on the headquarters in Grenada. So that's the other side, but I'm okay with it being here, because there will be advantages for us. And to end, Madam President, that we are aware of what the program revenue has done for the country as a whole over the years, despite the fact that a number of us believe that some of the funds were mismanaged over the years. We have seen evidence of that. Senator Andrew spoke about the Rainbow Pan, but it also begs into question we need to see more of our local private sector. Really, why it took us so long? Our local private sector invested in our culture, invested in something as PAN that is so important, right? And to warn us that as the program faces these challenges and as the revenue dries up, we owe it to ourselves to look for alternative ways and means of generating economic activities for our people so that we can see continuous national development. And that is why I look forward to the revamping of M&IB that can be used as an instrument to help address the rising cost of living. If we were to take a short page out of, is it Ramdani, the new mayor of New York? Bamdani? What's his name again? Bamdani. Yes. He has been dubbed a democratic socialist. And New York has just accepted to fund, I think, 5 supermarkets. Yes? 5 supermarkets, I think one in each borough, that if materialized, will act as a price control mechanism, as the marketing board has intended to do. As the marketing board has intended to do. And if we want to address cost of living, and we want to address those businesses who are not afraid of saying that they are maximizing profit, as the revenue continues to dry up, I look forward to the revamping of marketing board, coming back into play, Senator Sinclair, so we can use a price control mechanism to replace some of the challenges that the drying up of this revenue would bring. Thank you very much, Madam President.
I thank you, Senator Andre Monty Sinclair, Andre Monty Lewis, and I offer the floor to Sinclair, who is...
Sinclair talk already?
Lunchtime. I offer the floor to her distinguished self, the Attorney General Senator Claudette Joseph.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon to colleagues of this honorable House, to you, Madam President, and the staff, and of course, to everyone viewing this debate via media. Madam President, I rise to lend support to the bill now before this Honorable House, the Citizenship by Investment Amendment Bill 2026. And Madam President, the leader of government business and Senator Francis already very ably addressed this Honorable House on the purpose of this bill and stated that generally it provides for aligning the functions of ICIRA, the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority, with the provisions of the CBI Act. Madam President, this Honorable House will recall that in 2025, the latter part of 2025, we enacted the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement Act as Act number 19 of 2025. And Madam President and colleagues in this Honorable House will also recall that the main purpose of enacting the ICIRA Agreement Act was to harmonize amongst the 5 Eastern Caribbean countries that operate CBI programs the regulation of those programs into one central agency, with the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank playing a key role in bringing all of the jurisdictions together and engaging all of us in facilitating discussion so that we all find ourselves on one page, so that our respective CBI programs can be regulated using a single mechanism, attain a single standard, whether it's in the due diligence offered or necessary before persons are granted citizenship, whether it's in the mode of recruiting, whether it's in the mode of certifying agents under the program, whether it's in the cost associated with the program, the costs charged to the applicants under the program. So we brought harmony, unity, predictability, and as such, greater transparency and integrity to the program as operated by all of the OECS countries that host CBI programs. So, Madam President, like with several other bits of legislation that we've come to this Honorable House with in the last 4 years, this again is a regional effort. The law will be identical in all our countries. We already have the identical ICIRA Agreement Act. Madam President, I will share too with this Honorable House that Antigua has already passed this amendment to the CBI legislation. St. Kitts, based on the nature, the setup of their CBI Act. They just needed to pass regulations to bring this into effect. Dominica, likewise, and St. Lucia, they are in the process. So all 5 jurisdictions will have amended their CBI legislation to incorporate and to give effect to the regulatory authorities set up by the Hysteria Act of 2025 into the CBI legislation. And, Madam President, as we celebrate emancipation tomorrow, it'll be what, 172 or 3 years of emancipation. As we celebrate emancipation, and as we recall that in these parts we are sovereign nations, and as we recall why it is that we have to be in a position to be celebrating emancipation, I must confess to this Honorable House, Madam President, my disquiet with the posture of my dear and learned friend on the other side. On the day before emancipation, he stands here and says to us, well, the colonial masters, the former colonial masters, have given an order, so we must just comply with this order. And because we must just comply, it's too little too late, nothing is going to come of this. They've already spoken, and when they speak, we bow, we comply. I know on this day, as we go into this celebration of emancipation, our ancestors must have shed a tear or two, listening to my learned friend speak in such tone. Madam President, it is obvious, given what I've just said, that we totally disagree. And I say thankfully, it is us on this side with a different vision, with a different view of ourselves, understanding who we are, and obviously with greater fighting spirit. It is the luck of the Grenadian people that we are the ones in this luck and wisdom, thank you very much for the correction, that we are the ones standing on their behalf and fighting for them now, because we know others will just keel over and die. So, Madam President, this amendment to the CBI Act is not reactionary. It's not too little too late. As a matter of fact, it is just a matter of coincidence that the European Union has stated its position. And they are sovereign countries just like us. They can state their position. But that doesn't preclude us from doing what we feel we must do to preserve our livelihoods and our modes of sustenance. Because if we check out our history, since the abolition of slavery, and certainly since independence, everything these former colonies try to do to survive, to realize revenues and rewards for its people, have been met with resistance. Everything we've tried. That is the reality. Check it out. There's a reason why we do not have the monopoly or export bananas, for example, to Europe. Everything we've tried, there's a reason why although some of it, I admit, was self-inflicted by the way some of our leaders behaved, but there's a reason why the financial services sector did not survive. Because literally, everything we try to realize prosperity and revenues for our people, the former colonists fight us. So, Madam President, as the countries of the OECS that host citizenship by investment programs, it was not reactionary, it was actually quite proactive. Because, Madam President, we all here, understanding the process that takes place before we get to this point of passing laws in the Parliament, we must appreciate that for us to have passed the ISIRA Act last year, we must have been working at it a good 3 or so years prior. As a matter of fact, it's one of the first things, and Grenada pushed and was the main instigator in having ISIRA become a regional regulatory authority. It's no accident. It is no accident that ISIRA is hosted in Grenada. It's no accident. That's because we were leaders in the effort. And of course, we all appreciate it will start with conversations, research, discussions, negotiations, meetings. And I assure this Honorable House and the listening public that these efforts started immediately as we assumed office. So this is not reactionary at all. And we finally got to having all countries, and I here pause to give great commendation and due credit to our son of the soil, the current governor of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. So we got to the point where we enacted ISIRA after a lot of work in 2025, and now we are tidying up things, making sure that the provisions of the ISIRA agreement are embedded into our legislation by making the necessary amendment to the CBI Act. So it's all steps in the right direction, steps that are not too little too late, steps that commenced 4 years ago. So yes, we've been in office 4 years, and we have something to show for it. We have something to show for it. And Madam, in this regard, we have something to show for it. And Madam President, we all heard, and we should have read, the joint statement coming out of the heads of government for the countries hosting CBI programs. And from that, if we follow what our leaders are saying, there is no intention, no appetite to keel over and die. Our intention is to strengthen our CBI, our respective CBI program, our OECS CBI regime, bearing in mind that some of the same countries that have issues, and the issues are economic. Some of the countries that have issues with our CBI program, and which issues sometimes are masked as security threats and financial threats. Well, it's not masked. It's really financial threats for some of the countries that have issues with us. But it's masked with, in other ways. And we have taken care, Madam President, to address all of the issues flagged, including those that we don't necessarily believe have much merit. I could say more, Madam President, but I wouldn't on that score. Madam President, my good and learned friend, Senator Horsford, I think in a sense answered the concern raised by Senator Cox by saying the concern relating to the possible breach of constitutional provisions, for example, raised by Senator Cox, by saying that it's really not anything of any moment, as both Senator Horsford and Andrew said. These provisions that provide for the provisions of the Act to take precedence are not new, they're not unique, and they don't and they don't present any threat to the Constitution or the constitutionality of the legislation, Madam President. So, in any event, Madam President, Act 19 of 2025 is itself already domestic law. The agreement setting up ISIRA was, as I said, incorporated into our domestic law in Act 19 of 2025. So it's not to say that some extraneous regional agreement will be taking precedence if it conflicts with this legislation, bearing in mind that that regional agreement is already part of our domestic law. Madam President, we will see at Clause 13 of the legislation security measures built in there that requires the CBI committee to adhere to the policies and operating procedures developed by CARICOM Impact. Madam President, and I guess we can discuss this some more when we do when we get to the committee stage, but Clause 8 provides for a genuine link to be shown by the applicants for CBI and their dependents. And Senator Lewis, if I may say, I think you and I are reading the sections there similarly. I think your interpretation there, in my view, is accurate of what the section says. But just bear in mind that the subsection 1 says that prior to making application for citizenship by investment, the applicant must show his or her willingness to establish a genuine link. And then subsection 2 goes on to say how that link might be established. But we can discuss it some more at committee stage. Madam President, so with that, oh, and there was a question raised about reporting mechanisms. So that you would go to the ISIRA Act to see the details there of the reporting mechanisms and the sanctions that apply in the event where a participating territory does not comply. So, Madam President, with all of that said, I would here commend this bill to this Honorable House as it strengthens our regime around the Citizenship by Investment Program. We all know the financial benefits that we derive from this program. And just a matter of correction, This current CBI legislation was passed in April 2013, a mere 2.5 or so months after the then government assumed office. And with that timeline alone would indicate that when they assumed office in February 2013, significant work was already done. In fact, it was no secret that the then incumbent in the 2013 elections did indicate in the lead up to the general elections that they were going to pursue a citizenship by investment program and do it better than the previous ill-fated economic citizenship program that landed us on the visa list for Canada. So it is not factually correct to assert that left up to those of us who are on this side, this legislation would not exist today. That's not factually correct. The only way that the act could have been passed in April 2013 is if the majority of the work was done before February 2013. And so, yeah. And so let's correct the facts. Let's verify and correct the facts. Yes, that's so. As it turns out, both sides are not averse at all to the CBI Act. And in fact, after the act was passed in 2013, April 2013, there was quite some butchering of it. Because, you know, we do things differently. So it was a thorough, well thought out and crafted draft. And then, you know, people who have a tendency to misbehave themselves and want to give themselves all kind of wiggle room to do all manner of things. You would see, I'm speaking off the top of my head now, but I think I wouldn't be surprised if there were as many as 10 amendments to the original act. Right? And that was whittling down and butchering and changing and treating 35-year-olds as minors and all kind of nonsense. So there was a lot of amendments to the legislation, which in some respects we think did not operate to strengthen it. And by taking the steps we are taking now, participating in the ICERA agreement and actually being hosts and administrators of the ICERA agreement, and now amending our CBI legislation, we are strengthening the regime so that Grenada and its OECS sisters would stand to scrutiny, would stand up to scrutiny, and would, by our conduct, our operations, and the laws that we pass here, debunk over and over again the excuses and the claims used by those who are not happy because their former slaves are making some money and would try in all respects to prevent us from so doing and to keep us in a perpetual state of dependency, developing but never developed. That's what we're facing. So, Madam President, I commend this legislation to this Honorable House, and I have every confidence that it will go a long way in helping us to meet and overcome the challenges we face in this period in the CBI space. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank you, Madam Senator Claudette Joseph, and I offer the floor to the presenter of the bill.
Thank you very, very much, Madam President, and let me say thank you to all who have contributed significantly to this very important bill. I welcome all the suggestions and the observations that was recorded here today, and I look forward to the debate at the committee stage of this bill. I think we have a few little amendments to make there. So once again, I say thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Grenada Citizenship by Investment Amendment Bill 2026.
Madam President, I beg to move that the Senate resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate resolves itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. All those who are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
And of the contrary opinion say nay. Ayes have it. The Senate is now in committee. Leader of government business.
Clause 2, interpretation.
Honourable members, the question is that clause 2 on interpretation forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. Passed.
Clause 3, amendment of Section 2 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that clause 3 on amendments forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. And of the contrary, say nay. Passed.
Clause 4, amendment of Section 3 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that clause 4 forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. And of the contrary opinion say nay. Passes.
Clause 5, insertion of new sections 3A to 3H in the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that clause 5 on new insertions forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. And of the contrary opinion say nay. Passes.
Clause 6, amendment of Section 4 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that clause 6 forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. And of the contrary opinion say nay. Passes.
Clause 7, repeal and substitution of Section 7 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that clause 7 on repeal forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. And of the contrary opinion, say nay.
Clause 8, insertion of new sections 7A and 7B in the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that clause 8 on new insertions form part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. And of the contrary opinion say nay. Senator Senator Lewis. Sorry.
Thanks very much, Madam President. I just want to, I'm taking up the offer from the Attorney General just for a brief discussion on this matter with the 30-day issue. And it has even become clear to me now that you can have the following. You have a 5-year window. In the first year, within the first 12 months, you must be for a minimum of 5 days. 5 days, yes. What that can mean, by extension, is that for the next 4 years, you can wait until 30 days before the end of 5 years, even if you deal with an individual, and just come present in Grenada for 25 days. So I'm dealing with the individual. Even make it worse, in my view, when you are dealing with the applicant and dependents. And if we take the average, the family of 5 or 6. So I'm just saying, if the intention is, and I genuinely accept, colleagues, that the intention is to address, because we says here, the committee or the competent authority, that's on the residency and genuine link. If we have to give meaning to words and meaning to intention, it should be matched by the requirements. I have not seen any penalty if the person has not, or the applicant and dependent does not fulfill the commitment that they give, which is a different discussion. It requires here a commitment, is to be granted, commits to establishing a genuine. That's what it says on top of page 18. So if we take it bit by bit, for the first 12 months, the family of 5, as a group, each individual, and I'm agreeing here, must spend at least 5 days in Grenada. Thereafter, you can combine, you can add up. That's in what Section 5 allows. But more than that, it can also mean that you can wait on, so year 2 pass, year 3 pass, year 4 pass. Sorry, year 3, because once year 1 go, you have 4 more years. So year 1, then year 2, year 3, year 4, and then the 5th year, you make yourself present. I don't think that's what we want to achieve. I think what we wanted to achieve, and I'm saying we because we really need this. All of us have been part of that discussion where people have had our passports, don't know Grenada, right? Have not integrated with us. We're trying to put mechanism in place that will give us some form of comfort that at least someone holding our passport has demonstrated in a practical way. Okay, it's not just a question now of money talking. Because in the past, money talks, see, but we want to ensure, whether you like us or not, whether or not there are benefits from the passport that you can travel, yes, but at least you commit to physically being here. I don't think that this is proper, to be quite frank with you. I think it is something that ought to be reviewed, right? I think we need to go back to the drafting board. I think we need to go back to the discussions and come up with a collective position as to what we would like to see as a minimum requirement. 5 years is a long time. It says that within a 5-year period, you know. That begs into question whether or not we just do that because somebody's put pressure on us, and therefore we have a window. I'm forced to wonder. It didn't say 2 years. It said 5 years. So I just wanted to register again my concern, and I've accepted what is it we're trying to achieve, but I do not believe that this time frame would use as a deterrent, because what we're also trying to do, my understanding is the criteria in terms of being exposed to our history, our culture, etc. All these things are designed to ensure that the person demonstrates it is not just a matter of just wanting to get our passport. Yes, you want a passport, but it is a deterrent that if you do not want to commit yourself to X, Y, or Z, then you would not come. Because even the engagement, in my view, in terms of our culture and history, may be able to even be done virtually. In other words, so for instance, the 3 requirements or 4 requirements that is listed above, some of these, if not all, can be done virtually. So you sit down and you take a class, you sit down in Timbuktu, or you Google Grenada. How does that? So that's what I'm trying to go through you, Madam President. Well, Sister Comrade Claudette. Yeah?
Madam President, we must recall that we are coming from a place where there was no requirement, no residency requirement. And that reminds me, Senator Lewis, that you, in your presentation, you asked a question. And my recollection is that the residency requirement was one of the amendments that were made to the original legislation. I was trying to find it just now, but that's my recollection. Because as I said, there were a lot of amendments after 2013. I believe that was one of them. And so we're coming from a place now where there is no residency requirement at all. And contextually, we had to find consensus amongst the participating countries, find a place where all participants in this harmonized legislation can be comfortable on a national level, on their respective national levels. And so while I follow what you're saying, this is the background against which we landed at this place. Also bear in mind that many of the people who, well, 2 things. The applicants for CBI citizenship, they actually invest for the most part. You have the investment stream where they can invest in a CBI approved project, and the project is an actual project operating in the country where they are applying for citizenship. Most times that takes the form of them actually purchasing an interest in real estate. So they create a home, and quite a number of these CBI citizens come more often than we realize. I actually know a few of them who actually relocated and are living in Grenada, right? And then the smaller portion of them make the investment into the National Transformation Fund. So the majority of them are creating a real link by acquiring property in Grenada, property that they operate, that they reside in when they come. So you would find the majority of them doing much more than the 30 days stipulated in the legislation. So I don't think practically it's such an issue with respect. You also asked about the consequence, that what sanction exists. And if you look at subsection 12 of clause 7A, 12 says failure of a person who has been granted citizenship by investment to satisfy the requirements under this section without reasonable excuse shall constitute grounds to initiate the procedures to revoke citizenship and the passport in accordance with 12.5. And so there is a built-in sanction there, the consequences that they can actually lose their citizenship if there isn't compliance with the residency and genuine link requirements. So it's not as it appears there to be inadequate. The reality is often quite different.
Just quickly and lastly, that has further strengthened why we should have put it more, if the majority of people spend more time. But anyhow, I will rest that there. In your earlier contribution, rightly so in my view, because we need to push back. And I said that the United States and the European Union have their own programs, right? So we need to push back. You have indicated that this is what we are doing. I'm pleased about that, but I wait to see, because recent history has demonstrated differently. The United States has caused most of us not to renew our agreements with Cuba in the provision of medical assistance and the programs. So I hear you, and I hear those pronouncements. Yes, I see how we respond to the colonial people of the 17th century and 18th century, and okay, we're speaking 200 years after. But when we are confronted today, our Cuban brothers and sisters, Grenada has no signed agreement with Cuba. Grenada has no signed agreement with Cuba, and most of these countries, no, that's correct, make it worse since 2023. Make it worse. See, 3 years now. All I'm simply saying, Madam President, I hear you, and I know these are good pronouncements, but I would like to see it further demonstrated so that we can have confidence that this grouping that we have gone into now to push back, right, our people will not fall one by one. I'm only making that observation based on our recent history. Most of our OECS and regional countries have, under the pressure of the United States, have withdrawn from the Cuba Medical Brigade and other arrangements. Something that has held our healthcare system together. I say this whatever it's worth.
Thank you, Senators. I would like to repeat the vote on 8 following that discussion, and then proceed. Honorable members, the question is that Clause 8 of the Act forms part of the agreement. All those who are so persuaded say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say nay. Passed.
Clause 9, insertion of new sections 8B and 8C in the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 9, new insertions into the Principal Act, would form part of the bill. All those who are so persuaded say aye, and those of the contrary opinion say nay. Passed.
Clause 10, amendment of Section 13 of the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 10 on amendment of Section 13 of the Principal Act would form part of the bill. All those who are so persuaded say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Passes.
Clause 11, insertion of new sections 13A to 13H in the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is Thank you. Honorable
Madam
Thomas.
President, thank you very much. In relation to Clause 11, in light of the observation made by Senator Lewis during his contribution, I wish to propose an amendment to Clause 11 to delete reference to 13H, because as was observed, that is repeated. So 13H, the reference to it in the caption there where it says insertion of new section 13A to 13H, that should read 13A to 13G. And then in the 2 lines following, it should read, the principal act is amended by inserting immediately after section 13 the following new sections: 13A, 13B, 13C, 13D, 13E, 13F, and 13G. So the word "and" should be placed between F and G, and H, 13H, should be deleted, and then below the section 13H, the entire section there should be deleted as it is already provided for in the section above. That's disclosure of information, and everything that comes under it, 13H, should be deleted from the bill. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Lewis.
Thank you very much, Madam President. For the record's sake, I want to make a correction. It is useful for the Attorney General to give the credit where it is due. To Senator Cox, the leader of the opposition business,
sorry.
that made, no, let me finish, please.
Sorry.
It is Senator Cox who made that observation. So for the record's sake, please correct it. It's not
Yes.
Senator Lewis.
Okay, I stand corrected. Apologies to the good Senator Cox.
And the recorded Hansard report will report that it was Senator Cox who made the observation and sought clarification. Thank you. And I take it that the clerk and his team...
Sir.
Somebody else is requesting the floor.
Yes, Madam President.
Okay.
Further to the amendments suggested by the Attorney General, we also have in the arrangements in prayer right up at the top, clause 11, insert of new sections 13A to 13G, so we're deleting 13H in the principal act. Yeah. You said that? Yeah. At the top of the arrangement of
I believe that was covered. Thank you. Thank you for your observation, and we will, as per usual, rely on the Hansard Reporter's Office of the Clerk to provide the text that we are now approving. Thank you. Which takes us back to Clause 11. And so, honorable members, before you, I place Clause 11, which speaks to the inclusion of sections 13A to 13H in the Principal Act. as with new clauses, new sections. We have removed 13H. All those in favor of the amended clause 11 of the Act, say aye. And those of a contrary opinion, say nay. Pass.
Clause 12, amendment of Section 14 of the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is, there is a request for the floor here. Honorable members, the question is that Clause 12 of the Act forms part of the bill. All those in favor say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Passes.
Clause 13, insertion of new section 14A in the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 13 forms part of the bill. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Passes.
Clause 14, amendment of Section 15 of the Principal Act.
Honorable members, Clause 14 amends Section 15 of the Principal Act. All those who are in favor say aye, and the contrary opinion say nay. Passes.
Clause 15, insertion of new sections 15A and 15B in the Principal Act.
Honorable members, Clause 15 calls for the insertion of new sections into the Principal Act. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Passes.
Clause 16, amendment of Section 16 of the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 15 forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary say nay.
Clause 1, short title and commencement.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 16 on the short title and commencement would form part of the bill. There, Article. Clause 1, what did I say? Clause 1 on short title and commencement would form part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. Passes. Senator Thomas.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the Senate resumes and the Chair of the committee reports progress on the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate resumes and the Chair of the committee reports progress on the bill. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary say nay. Senate resumes. Committee has ended its work. Honorable Senators, I have the honor to report that the bill was considered by a committee of the whole Senate and it was passed with amendment. Senator.
Madam President, I beg to move that the chair's report be adopted.
Honorable members, the question is that the chair's report be adopted. As many as are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Ayes have it. Report is adopted. Honorable Senator.
Madam President, I beg to move that the third reading of the bill be taken at this time.
Thank you, honorable members. The question is that the bill be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Grenada Citizenship by Investment Amendment Bill 2026.
Item 13, public business. Item 14, adjournment.
Senator Adrian Thomas.
Madam President, I beg that this House be adjourned sine die.
Senator Civil Francis.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, it would be, I know I am standing between us and lunch, but I don't think I will forgive myself if I allow my stomach to control what I'm about to say. And so, Madam President, I take this opportunity to remind the young people that Spice Mass, the best mass by far, is upon us. And it is our time to celebrate the uniqueness of our culture, our music, our history, our creativity. It is our time. But it is also our time to remember that after the carnival, there is tomorrow. And so I want us to enjoy the festivities, and most importantly, I want us to enjoy the festivities with responsibility, Madam President. I want us to look out for one another. I want us to be each other's keeper. I want us to make wise decisions, respect ourselves and others, Madam President. And I want us to remember that the best memories are the ones we make safely. Madam President, let's laugh, let's dance, let's have fun, let's celebrate each other. Let's make this Spice Mass special, but never let one moment of poor judgment define our future. Madam President, our culture is something that we are to be proud of, and each of us as Grenadians, we do have a role in protecting it, not just for us, but for persons coming in to enjoy it with us. So let us show the world that Grenadian Carnival and Grenadians know how to celebrate a carnival, but let us do it with joy, with dignity, and respect. And I look forward to seeing every young person after carnival keep the weapons at home, drink responsibly, designate a driver if you have to, know your limits and play within it, Madam President. And most importantly, let us ensure that this carnival is violence-free and one that will be remembered in time immortal. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator. Senator Quince Britton.
Thank you, Madam President. And I too would just like to join with the sentiments expressed by my colleague, Senator Francis. Madam President, we are approaching the finals of the events, that's really the competitions, like Calypso, Soca, and Groovy. And I want to congratulate all those finalists as well as all those who have participated and everyone who's been part and parcel of making this year a success. Without them, it would not be possible. Most recently, Madam President, as of last evening, we concluded the Edson Francis Teacher Eddie Junior Calypso competition, and we saw Moti defending successfully. I think it's his 5th title. Stand to be corrected whether it's 5 in a row. Well, I'm seeing the clock shaking his head there. So, yeah, so it's 5th in a row. That's a remarkable achievement for a young man, and it shows that Calypso is in good hands. The future of Calypso is in good hands. So rest assured, Mr. Clark. And I would like to see maybe one day that we have the Finley Jeffrey competition, something of that nature. Madam President, quickly, it's Emancipation Weekend as well, so we invite everyone to participate in the emancipation activities starting from tonight. We have the watch party and so on in the bus terminal in St. Andrews in Grenville. And tomorrow, God's will, we have activity, a whole day of activity in Grenville. And not forgetting, on Sunday, we have the traditional mass competition in Victoria, starting from 3 p.m. So all are invited, Madam President. So thank you very much. Have a safe and blessed carnival. I don't have to reiterate what has been said already, but I wish everyone all the best and enjoy the best mass by far. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary in Culture, and which is Senator Britton, and I pass the floor to the Minister himself of Culture, Senator Adrian Thomas.
Well, thank you very much, Madam President, and I beg Honorable Lewis for the time, because I thought it would have been remiss of me and remiss of this side if we don't say a heartfelt welcome to all the visitors coming home for Carnival, or family and friends and other visitors who are coming for the very first time to experience Spice Mass, the best mass by far. I know they're going to have a ball of a time, and I think they're going to have good news to bring back to their friends and family from wherever they come from. And as Senator Britton highlighted, the competitions will start this week, the real heat. And although it has been rumored that the defending Calypso Monarch will not be participating in the competition, but I'm yet to believe, and I don't know, some persuasion or some convince. Somebody might be able to convince him that this is the best mass by far, and it cannot disappoint and miss such a very important competition. So, having said that, Madam President, I look forward to the Carnival, and I want to encourage all Grenadians to participate, patronize, and continue to support this very important event that have made us so proud, not only locally but internationally. I think the global eye is now beaming in on Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. So once again, I encourage everybody to play a clean, nice, and brilliant Carnival as we have done in the past. The best mass by far. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Mass, Minister of Carnival, Minister of Culture, Senator Thomas. Thank you. Senator Andre Monty-Lewis.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And I am sure that the Minister, Adrian Thomas, is fully aware that a crumb won 11 times, nothing can change that. and that King Scholar has always and will always continue to contribute to Calypso by the young people that he continues to mold and continue to write for. And this we must be very grateful for. Yes, so I want to recognize that and to thank you for all that you have done and continue to do. Yes? Very quickly, I want to reiterate, I identify the call for a very peaceful carnival and for people to enjoy themselves. As Black Wizard said, when the carnival over, you still need to live, there's life after. So we stand with Cuba. We stand with Cuba. Things are getting more and more terrible and dread. So anything that we can do in Grenada and the rest of the region, we shall continue to do. I know in Victoria, in St. Mark, tomorrow, there will be a breakfast. There'll be a breakfast. It's part of Grenadians for Cuba. So I want to encourage as much people as possible to participate. Venezuela, on behalf of the workers of Grenada and the people of Grenada, wish to extend our concerns following the impact of the earthquake and the devastating effect that it has had, and to use this opportunity to call on the United States. Venezuela has enough resources. The United States has seized their monies. Venezuela has to be asking for help when that ought not to happen. All the U.S. need to do is just to release their monies. So I join in calling for the United States to give back to Venezuela what is rightfully their monies. And it must not be handled because they have the resources. I wish to place on note here that there is an organization, the LADIG, Discover LADIG Enrichment Organization, that has a reunion that started on Sunday gone with an opening church service at the Holy Innocents Anglican Church. LADIG, as we know, is the home of the birthplace of Louise Langdon Little, the mother of Malcolm X. And it's a very useful engagement. We had Senators Roderick Sinclair, David Andrew, and myself participating in the activities. We also recognize colleagues such as Black Wizard in culture, etc., Royal Lewis in terms of cricket, because LADIG will encompass the wider, the greater LADIG, Union, St. James, the Blando, etc. And the activities culminates on Sunday. So it is good for communities to come together. And we have had a number of our colleagues who we have not seen in years, many, many years, returning to Grenada just for this activity. Lastly, in relation to the Emancipation Day activity tomorrow, I can't help but make a request for all of us, and especially the leadership on the other side, because you are engaged in the ministries, to see what can be done. Because with the Emancipation Day now being observed correctly on August 1st, I know that there have been some implications for the rainbow activities that a number of people in the past used to generate some economic activities. So we should not stop trying to find ways to come up with some creative ways, yes, that can bring back or give some avenue so that the people of St. Andrew in particular and the wider community that participated can once again have an opportunity around that time to be engaged in some form of economic activities. Yes, I think that that is extremely important. And I wish every one of us and Grenada a very peaceful celebrations as we observe one of, if not, the biggest economic driver for Grenada at this time of the year. Thank you very much.
I thank Senator the Honorable Lewis, Andre Monty Lewis. You may continue, Senator Dwight.
Thank you, Madam President. I join my colleagues, all my colleagues on both sides. There's no sides where culture is concerned, to commend the cultural icon that we have in our midst in a different capacity, and also to say two things about this very important time of the year. My distinguished friend for Labour spoke about the profound significance of emancipation. Really, that was, in my view, the beginning of the struggle for a West Indian civilization, not necessarily the end of colonialism, but the beginning of the struggle to forge our own civilization. And we're still on the march to do that, albeit in a different era and under different circumstances. I think we are making progress slowly but surely. We're getting there because we have a unique West Indian identity, and that is one of the key things that one requires for your own civilization to stand out. Your uniqueness, your identity, your self-awareness. And so I wish us to reflect on that as we mark emancipation. As to our carnival, it's always getting bigger and better. It's a source of pride for me, Madam President, even as I do private work when I travel, to see people talking about planning to come to Spice Mass and have been following it since the last year. They don't want this year to miss them. And coming from very different cultural contexts, that is to say Latin American context where they don't have a carnival like us and they don't have a jam. And they want me to carry horn and all kind of thing for them when next time it comes. So it's a proud moment for me. Of course, as we develop, as it grows bigger and bigger, we must never lose the essence of the thing. That there's a danger of over-commercializing it to the point where it is not very meaningful anymore to our people, but we must fight hard to preserve the essence of our carnival, even the essence of the job. And so I want to wish all of us a happy and very safe carnival festivities. Enjoy yourselves. Be safe, be very careful. It's always heartbreaking to hear when a season of festivities passes and you hear about deaths, accidental or otherwise. It's needless. We can all get through it together having fun and celebrating ourselves and our culture. So, Madam President, this is my fervent wish for all of us during this festive season. Thank you so very much for the opportunity.
I thank you, Senator Horsford, and I offer the floor to Senator David Andrew.
Madam President, thank you very much. So I rise on this adjournment to make 3 remarks. Madam President, yesterday, I had the privilege of saying goodbye to one of my most treasured teachers. Earlier this year, I referenced him in a tribute to the teachers who have impacted me the most in my lifetime. And he was one of the 3 teachers who impacted me, Mr. Cyril Edwards, former teacher educator at St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School. He was laid to rest yesterday, and I think it a fitting honor just to mention him in this house. I think he's had a very significant impact in my academic formation, and I want to honor him with this mention. He taught me geography, and he taught me principles of business, subjects I both passed, and one of them with distinction at the CXC level in those days. But he was such an outstanding educator. He was one of those persons who was always punctual, always well prepared, always very neatly and smartly dressed. And he was so punctual at times that even on the occasions when school instructional periods were a little broken, he would be present. And it annoyed us at the time. We would complain and say, well, this man can't take a break like everybody else. And we'd be annoyed. You know, but years later, when I became a teacher at Grenville Secondary School, and I spent 10 years doing that, I heard students saying, "What happened to Mr. Andrew? How he like period, so this man greedy for period, greedy for period." And then it hit me, I used to say the same thing about this man, Mr. Edwards. You know, but he was the kind of teacher you did not want to go, I did not want to go into his class without being prepared. Because he had these expectations of you that just made you want to do the work and do it well and be ready. And so I really want to express gratitude to him for the impact he has made in my life, and to pray for God's grace, his strength, his guidance, and comfort for his surviving relatives. Madam President, the second thing I want to mention is that within the last few weeks, we've had what I would represent as growth in our democratic process. And I want to commend and thank all of our citizens who have participated in the People's Manifesto consultations across Grenada. I was a part of several of those, and it was very heartwarming to see the riveting suggestions, the zeal that Grenadians had in participating, in helping to suggest what they would want to see happening. And while this is very commendable on the part of the government to even suggest this and to use this modality, the responsiveness of the people was very, very commendable, and it blesses my heart, and I see this as a strong signal that Grenada's democracy is on a path to growth. The final thing, Madam President, I want to join in echoing in wishing everyone a happy emancipation celebration this weekend, and to encourage us that the journey continues towards complete emancipation, as Bob Marley mentioned in his song, "Emancipate ourselves from mental slavery," because none but ourselves could free our minds, even though we no longer walk in physical chains. And so I want to encourage us to continue that pursuit. And as we engage the carnival festivities, I want to give a special reminder to parents to look out for our nation's children. Please ensure that they are well supervised. Please ensure that you know where they are, with whom they are, and to encourage that safety measures be put in place to mitigate against accidents, incidences. There are people waiting there to prey on children, and God forbid, I don't want those to happen to any of our nation's children. So I implore all of us to keep a special eye out to ensure that we optimize the safety for all of our nation's children during this period. I thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Andrew. Madam Senator.
Thank you,
Senator
Madam
Claudia
President.
Joseph, yes.
Yes, I rise briefly to join with my colleagues in this honorable house to wish everyone a happy and safe carnival, to be hospitable and gracious hosts to all our visitors. I think all of us in here are having house guests for the carnival. That is how much Spice Mass has grown. And if you have not agreed to take in someone for the carnival yet, please do so, because they contribute to the economy. I greet all workers of Grenada and encourage you to do all things, enjoy the carnival, especially the consumption of alcohol, in moderation. Exercise discipline, control, and moderation, especially when consuming alcohol, especially if you know you have to work the next day. Those of you who are on shifts, be honest with your employer and fair to them, and show up to work on your designated shift, even if it's Juve morning. And employers, be fair to workers. In this period, some workers will be entitled to time and a half and double time because we have all the intervening holidays. So I encourage fairness and reasonableness all around. And I salute the legend who is in this house in a different capacity. Congratulate you on the contributions you've made in causing Spice Mass to be where it is today. And I hope you would at least make a guest appearance at the March Gras, because some of us attend the March Gras to see you. And I hear you're in there this year. So enjoy the carnival, everyone, and please remember the wise words of the wizard. When the carnival over, we still need a brighter day. Life goes on, responsibilities remain. So be smart, be measured, be moderate. And parents, buy the books and all that you need this week before you go to Carnival Fets. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senators, there have been some conversations in the media recently about the uncontrollability of artificial intelligence, and that it is some of its real ardent admirers have been expressing thoughts, calls for some level of regulation and even some level of collaboration between the principal developers or owners, the US and China. And there have been talk as to who and how it should be regulated, not why, because it seems that there is evidence now that it can have a self-regulating or a self-controlling capacity that isn't completely manageable by humans. And also there have been some discussions about reform of CXCs, and the AI has featured in that as well. So I say that to speak of AI, but more importantly to speak of the element of uncontrollability. And perhaps this is what our legislation today has captured, the bill on the CBI, that there are factors that the 5 participating states can control and wish to control by a harmonized agreement. They've already signed an agreement, and congratulations to the government of Grenada, the resident or administrative bodies coming here. But I do believe that you will all take into consideration the debate that ensued today, which threw up support for this old, complex, and evolving program, but also concerns for, as somebody said, I think it was Senator Francis who said, our responsibility does not end once we have passed it into legislation, but we must continue to monitor, pay attention, and if necessary, seek additional amendments. So I simply wanted to ask us, when we go away, to reflect on what is now legislation of the land. It's amended. We're entering a new era, collective era. We have not only responsibility for our country's part in it, but for the management of the total package. May I also join a tribute to a teacher who has passed at the age of 94. She comes from Birch Grove. She was a teacher in Birch Grove, and then she became a very strong member of the Grenville Catholic community. She was a choir mistress maybe for 30 years. I'm speaking of Leah Charles, and I want to join in paying tribute to her as a quiet citizen, teacher, choir mistress, and actually the mother of young men, not so young anymore, who've given to this nation. Don Charles was a great musician and producer, and Ricky Charles, who's also in the business with his generation, his young generation, and Leon Charles, who's worked with us in climate change. Our condolences to the family and our tribute to Leah Charles. May I also remind us that we've produced great leaders, icons, fighters in the Caribbean, and the month of August is this year, 2026, will be the year in which Fidel Castro would have been 100 years old. And whatever you think of his ideology, I think his leadership has never been in doubt as someone who articulated and fought for the emancipation and the rights of what was called in his time the Third World. He led the non-aligned movement, he led his own country, he gave voice to the call for demilitarization and to transfer military resources into social and economic well-being, which we now call the SDGs more formally. But I think the voice of Fidel Castro was and remains a very powerful one in seeking the well-being of the whole world, not just the developing world. So on the coming anniversary, on the 13th of August of his birth, he would have been a centenarian. We send greetings to his country, his family, and his revolution. Lastly, kudos to the clerk. Not in his capacity as clerk, you just started, you're going on. Maybe we can say you're going on okay. You're going on well, as the old people would say. Thank you for your service with your team. And thank you for leading the Calypso and Carnival, Calypso part of the Carnival this year and every other year. Before that, you may sing or may not, but you're certainly administering. And I think the Carnival, the Calypso component is all the better for having you with them still. Thank you very much. And thanks to all Calypsonians. I see you have some young people, you have some female people, you have some older people, and I think the way that Calypso promotes our identity and our uniqueness ought to be applauded. A good bit of it could still be cleaned up. We even have a priest in there now. Let's see what goes. Safe, happy, and enjoyable Carnival to everyone. Thanks to all who made this sitting a success today. Honorable members, the question is that this Senate adjourns sine die. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. The Senate is adjourned.